Good morning. We're ready to call the board meeting to order. It is 10:01 a.m. on Thursday, January 23rd. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Chairman Gaines,
Here.
Vice Chair Lieber. Here. Member Vasquez.
Present.
Member Schaefer.
Present.
Controller Cohen.
Present.
Wonderful. A quorum is present, and the board meeting is called to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And could I have Member Vasquez lead us in the pledge, please?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, members, we're starting off with opening remarks. If you have any comments you'd like to make, and I'd like to start with Controller Cohen,
Oh, thank you.
if we could.
Yes, I do have a few remarks. First of all, I just want to uplift all the bakers and cooker on the BOE staff that pour not only love into the work that they do, but into the treats that they bring us. I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, looking forward to working with you, leading with you on this body. 2025 is already off to a promising and interesting start. The communities of Los Angeles is facing one of the most devastating fires in recent history. It's taken lives. It's displaced thousands of families who have been contributing to their communities for generations, and has left entire neighborhoods and schools ruined. I had an opportunity to tour the Palisades and Eaton Fire yesterday, and it was heartbreaking to see churches, temples, gas stations, businesses, homes, schools completely decimated. It's a humbling experience to stand in the wake of the ravage of the fire. My prayers go out to the loved ones who have lost people. They have had, CAL FIRE indicated that there were a few injuries to firefighters, but there were a few people who have lost their lives in the fire, but most people were able to get out. And it was in Altadena when community members were allowed to come back, and I had a chance to talk to a couple people who were just, I mean, it will move you to tears when you really see the devastation of it. And I want to also take a moment to recognize the first responders. I had a chance to see the Disaster Relief Center, and there were state employees that were down there that were working, so joyful and happy, people who have volunteered their time, people, I mean, just about every state agency that you can imagine that would be there to helping with people putting their lives back together. Also want to recognize there were representatives from FEMA, the Small Business Administration. So it was a center that I thought would have doom and gloom, but there was a sense of hope and an incredible sense of resiliency. It was nice to go to the children's corner and see the kids working on just art projects, just to express themselves. So our state is going to be in a busy rebuilding state, particularly our economy. We at the Board of Equalization know the importance of property taxes and how that directly affects fire districts and school districts. So it is just going to be very interesting to see how we buoy and we make ourselves available to help those that are in need. I want to also I acknowledge again the courage of the first responders that are on the front line, seeing strangers, helping strangers, opening up doors. The spirit and the unity of the support is what makes just California not just a state, but one big California family. To those affected and that are listening to this message, please know that this body, the Board of Equalization, as well as other state agencies, are here to support and to serve you. The Franchise Tax Board was down there. The Board of Equalization had representatives as well. And just together, we are going to definitely rebuild back. I also want to take a moment to reflect on that last Monday was Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That's the day when we all come together and we do a day of service, recognizing and honoring the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his shared dream with the world, and inspiring many people to recognize that the universal threats of injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. It's a common quote that is often shared, but I don't know about you, but for me, it lives in my heart. It is what motivates my legs to get up and walk and hands to do the work that we do. And then I also want to say, excuse me, that the Board of Equalization is at, I think, a pivotal point this year in 2025, stabilizing the organization, moving from office to another office into a beautiful space that the staff has just done a tremendous job. And I want to just you to know that. Sometimes it's a thankless job in this public service, but I appreciate you and looking forward to another year together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Controller. We could move to Member Vasquez on your comments.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I first want to also express my deepest sympathy to those in my district who have been hurt by loved ones that have been lost. I had the opportunity to go through PCH the second day after it happened, and it was such an eerie feeling because, I grew up in the area, and to see many of these homes, actually, I happen to know several of them that were especially on Sunset, families that inherited the properties over the years. So it was like intergenerational wealth.
Yes.
At one, they were probably asset rich, but liquid poor. And now they were on top of the world at one point. Some of those homes were in the $10, $20 million homes, and they're gone. They don't exist. All you see is just fireplaces everywhere because the bricks, everything else is gone, literally wiped out. In the palace, between the Palisades and the Eaton fires, it's over 17,000 structures, 37,000 acres. And to date, it's like 27 lives have been lost between the two. And in some cases, you had firefighters putting out fires only to go back and to find out that they lost their home. I mean, it's such a tragic situation. And I'm really looking forward to the board, of course, working with the controller as well, to see what we could do on the property tax side, because these folks are going to get a bill here pretty soon. Even though they don't have a structure, it turns out most of your property tax, 2/3 of it, is based on your land.
Yes, sir.
And in some cases, people lost their homes and their business. This one family that I'm talking about on Sunset, they lost their home, and they happen to have a little barber shop in Palisades Mall, and it's gone.
Wow.
So they can't even go back to work.
Yeah.
So how do they rebuild, right? And I get it, they're still gonna owe these taxes, but whatever we can do, I think, to defer it as long as possible. And I know the governor's been real helpful, and he's already put out executive orders, but I don't think a year is enough. We're looking at 2-3 years. I was chatting with the former mayor of Paradise. They're 6 years out, and they're nowhere near rebuilding what took place there. And this is just huge, huge, huge loss. And I get it, at the end of the day, it's going to be a challenge for us on the other end, because obviously cities, schools, and counties depend on property tax. So at some point, we're going to have to come up with some way to backfill that, because you obviously have to keep, funding services. But, so I'm really looking forward, and I guess we'll discuss it down the road. I'd like to propose at some point, maybe you might want to consider, doing at our February meeting, a special hearing just on this. And I know Chair, you're really involved in the insurance part. And we actually had Ricardo Lana last weekend set up a shop there at Santa Monica College, and they had all of the major insurance companies, Allstate, and they were literally giving checks on the spot. And now, since everything's electronically, it went right into their accounts. So that's some help. But, for some of these folks that lost it all,
Yeah.
it's kind of a drop in the bucket. So we need to hopefully, figure out a way to be a little bit more creative and see what we can do to help on these rebuild. And then with that, also wanted to mention, and Controller, you touched on it too, this last Monday, given this situation, throughout the county, we had several events going on in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King, and many of these folks were turning a lot of their celebrations into places, encouraging people to go out and provide service and help out, because there's a lot of areas now where, they're kicking up school districts, community centers, rec centers, to try to, one, house people, and then two, to provide, clothing, because people need everything from clothing all the way up to a place to stay. It's really a real challenge right now. But did we want to do adjournments now or later? I know that we were trying to dedicate at the end to a special adjournment, and I'm
Yeah, if
going
you've-
to ask you, Mr.
If
Chair.
you've got, we had a special one at the end, so if you have one now, that would probably be the right time.
Okay. Then let me just put two into the mix for the official adjournment when we do. One of them is, we lost one of our great presidents, Jimmy Carter. And as I look at his history, as the 39th president, he did in 2002, he was able to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. And I got involved a lot with, I didn't really know much about Habitat for Humanity until after he passed away. And as I look at it, how his 4-year term, to me, I think he had such an impact after he left the White House, especially with Habitat for Humanity. I participated in one of these rebuilds he did in the San Fernando Valley, and it was, in one day, they literally erected a structure. It's something we might want to look at now as we're looking at on the rebuild for some of these homes. But yeah, he was, to me, I thought he was one of the most powerful presidents we've had after leaving office. And so many of our counties, and especially our cities in the state, were flying their flags at half-mast in honor of him. And to live such a full life, I think he just had his 100th birthday. And of course, his wife, who was besides him all along, didn't quite make it to the 100th birthday, but she was in her 90s as well. And last but not least, I'd also like to adjourn our meeting later today, and in the name of Brenton Wood. He was an old R&B singer and songwriter from Compton who achieved 3 Billboard hit songs in 1967. Wood died of natural causes surrounded by his family and friends on January the 3rd at his home in Moreno Valley. He was 83 years old. He had hit songs that included the Oogum Boogum Song and Give Me a Little Sign and Baby You Got It. He founded 2 record labels, companies during his time, and actually had quite a bit of an influence on many of the LA Latino artists back in the day. He played in clubs and circuits throughout California, Mexico, and Arizona for decades, and also performed on cruises and festivals with several popular Chicano bands. He was born Alfred Jesse Smith on July 26, 1941, in Louisiana, and his family relocated to San Pedro when he was 3. He graduated from Compton High School in my district and attended Compton College and took on the stage name that he kind of used from one of our communities in LA County, Brentwood, as he renamed himself as Brent Wood's musical legacy has endured for many, many years. He'll be sorely missed. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Gaines.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Thank you. Well, I'll be very brief, mostly because there are no words to really express our empathy and our concern for everyone who has gone through these terrible fires. And sadly, I think it's very much the future of California, is that this will be continuing. And so how do we look at shaping policy around the climate realities that we're faced with? But I was so saddened and really impressed, if I can use that word, to see what can happen and how a world city can have major swaths of it just incinerated really overnight. It's so shocking. Some of the things that I've been thinking about are obviously the recovery for people, their insurance situation, the situation for people who have received non-renewals and didn't have insurance, the effect on affordable housing going forward. When 17,000 structures are just incinerated, it creates tremendous pressure on affordable housing. And I've been thinking very much about the caregiving workers who were the gardeners, the home care workers, the other workers who are dependent on those local economies and are now in many cases out of a place to live and out of work for the foreseeable future. And sometimes also carrying the burden of being undocumented workers at the same time, so not eligible for many forms of for help. And as you mentioned, the downstream impact on schools and public services. I think that this is really going to shape our work here and the work that goes on in the legislature over the next year and beyond. And I had a number of contacts from people that I've worked with overseas and actually from some of the Syrian, Afghan, and other refugees. And their image, they know that I'm from California, and their image of California is LA. And so they were very concerned. But LA is really a shining beacon to the rest of the world. And it's something that we've just got to fight for. And I know now that there is, over the past couple days, significant fires in each of our districts. Nothing like the initial fires in LA, but it's something that we're going to have to put a full court press on during this year and work with the governor and work with our agencies to make sure that everyone is taken care of, including the most vulnerable individuals who are already experiencing homelessness and have now been displaced from services and et cetera. And in particular, those undocumented workers that our communities in California cannot do without. And how do we help and help to provide for them in their new realities that they're dealing with? So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Lieber. Member Schaefer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We celebrated in San Diego Martin Luther King's birthday last week with a wonderful dinner at the Midway Museum, which is a huge ship parked in San Diego Harbor. They had a lovely dinner and a number of speakers, and I was proud to be a group of about 200 attending. San Diego has been having fires this week at Rancho Bernardo, at Poway. It's been, so we are true that we're all being affected. And This Week magazine has nothing but LA disaster on the cover, so we are certainly getting national attention for a problem. And my heart goes out to my colleague, former Chair Tony Vasquez, who represents 100% of the problems in LA and is, challenged and doing an outstanding job, and I appreciate that. I always mention a couple of birthdays. Today is the birthday of John Hancock, who was the first person to sign the Declaration of Independence, and it's also the birthday of Captain Chesley Sullenberger, who was 74, who was on the famous airplane that crashed in New York Harbor, as you remember, a number of years ago. I'm very proud of Assessor Prang, who is the Los Angeles assessor, as you know. He has a challenge unlike any other assessor in the nation. He's up to it. He's has extra outlets with extra people providing the materials. I guess you may have heard that Governor Gavin Newsom has waived the penalties for late payments for anybody affected by the disaster through 2026. I would ask only that Assessor Prang be proactive and not wait for all the people that are affected to actually request a reduction, because under the Revenue and Taxation Code, when there is a disaster, he can initiate the process without getting an application. And there are so many people affected who no longer have their computers, they no longer have their office, they would have to go to a public library somewhere to communicate with the assessor's office, and he knows what's going on. He can just automatically process immediate reductions of all the property that's been affected, and I'm sure he's up to that and will proceed with that. And we have a very unique role to play, and we're going to be vigilant, and I'm proud that we're here and we're able to help. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Member Schaefer. And I'd like to take a moment and recognize Martin Luther King and our celebration of his life. And I really believe that he was God's agent of change for America with regards to civil rights. And I would hope our nation would continue every day of our lives with the battle that he fought, and that we would continue to be vigilant in terms of civil rights for all Americans. Secondly, regarding the fires in Southern California, they've just been horrible, heartbreaking tragedy for our state. As Member Vasquez mentioned, 27 lives lost, and maybe more. I don't think we know for sure. Thousands of lives of people and families and businesses have been lost to these blazes. I've had the opportunity to visit several wildfires. Actually, my first one was in 2007. It was the Angora fire in Lake Tahoe. We were in the legislature, Sally, at the same time, and it was high winds, and we thought it was going to take the entire Tahoe Basin down, and the winds shifted, thank God. But these battles continue. I had a chance to go to the Paradise Fire and see the devastation there, and then we had Caldor Fire that burned up a lot of El Dorado County more recently, took out an entire town of Grizzly Flats. So my prayers are with my fellow Californians in this difficult process of rebuilding their homes. And from my background and my focus on the insurance angle on all of this, a typical home, if someone has a home fire, it typically takes 18 months to get a rebuilt home and go through the permit process. Now, when you have thousands burned down, I think that's probably more like maybe 3 years, 2 years, a much longer process. So anything that we can do to try to speed that process up. And I know the governor's been working on delaying the taxes that are due. And I think you're correct, Member Vasquez, and maybe that needs to be a 2-year extension or maybe longer, I don't know. But that's a real a real challenge. We don't want to burden people any more than they have already been completely shaken their lives to the core. And so I hope the legislature and the governor and anything that we can do here at the BOE will be helpful with the LA fires. And I think it's a real opportunity for us to focus on this and figure out, our infrastructure. If you look at these wildfires, you're overwhelming our systems that are in place. And so I think there is an opportunity to take a look at infrastructure to make sure that we are better prepared as these fires approach our populated communities. And I think that may involve better infrastructure, even replacing infrastructure. So we have more water capacity so that we can make sure that we have that wildfire kind of urban interface better managed. I know these winds were very high, so they were historically challenging, but I think we have to continue to be vigilant in that area. So I just want to close in offering my prayers again to everyone who suffered from this terrible tragedy. And we can now move on. Ms. Cicchetti, please call our first order of business.
Good morning again, everyone. Our first order of business is our safety and informational announcement. Welcome to the Maylee State Office Complex. Our safety announcement is in the auditorium. The exits are in the front at each side of the stage, and other exits are located at the rear of the auditorium. Please take a moment to find the exit sign and location closest to you in the event of an emergency. The emergency exits behind and to the side of the stage should only be used in case of an emergency. Our informational announcement, excuse me. This meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on our BOE YouTube channel. Therefore, we ask all speakers to state their names before speaking for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly into the microphone. I want to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and other wireless devices. Note that public comments are taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code that's provided on the public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of the agenda item you wish to comment on. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the safety and informational announcements. Thank you.
Okay, so, okay, I guess we go to the moderator at this point. Is that correct?
Could call item number 1.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Item number 1, public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot act on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Okay, I could continue on if you'd like.
Yeah, we don't have any comments. That's correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you. Hearing no comments, move on to the next item.
Oh, let's go out to the moderator. So we have no
Oh,
written
okay.
comments on anyone in the auditorium, And we have no public comments on this agenda item, so there we're going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If you wish to ask a question or have a public comment on this item, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. You may remove yourself from queue at any time by pressing the 1, 0 again. And if you are using a speakerphone, please pick up the handset for pressing the numbers. Once again, on the phones, if you do have a public comment at this time, it is 1, then 0. And we have no lines in queue.
Great. Thank you, moderator. Hearing no comments, we'll move on to the next item. Tax program matters, item number 2, Southern California Edison Company. And approval to publish summary decision under Revenue and Taxation Code for Section 40 for previously decided petition for reassessment of the 2024 unitary value. This item is being presented by Ms. Wilkman.
Thank
Members?
you.
Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. For the record, I am Sarah Wilkman, an appeals attorney for the board. As you recall, the case before you today was previously decided by the board in December 2024. Under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 40, the board is required to adopt a written decision for each case in which the amount in controversy exceeds $500,000 in tax. Consistent with these requirements, I have prepared for your consideration a draft non-precedential written decision memorializing the actions that the board took in December. If adopted, the decision would be published to the BOE's website to fulfill the board's obligations under Section 40, allowing for transparency and memorialization of the board's decision. Accordingly, at this time, staff recommends the board adopt the non-precedential Section 40 written decision prepared for Southern California Edison Company. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members, are there any questions on this issue?
No questions.
All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second, okay, thank you. Yes, we do. Member Lieber, Vice Chair Lieber, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so members. Okay, now this is on public item number 2. Do we have any written comments or anyone in the auditorium who wishes to make a public comment for this agenda item?
We don't have anyone.
Okay. And AT&T moderator, do we have anybody on the line?
And if you would like to make, would like to make a comment on this item, please press 1 followed by 0. And we have no lines in queue.
Great. Thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion?
Well, you know what? I might as well ask a question. I have had enough time to think of one now. I was wondering if there are any substantive differences between the proposed published summary decision and last year's summary, in which the board affirmed the adoption of the unitary values.
Thank you for that question. So as the issues in contention were fairly similar, you'll see a lot of substantive similarities, but certainly the decision for 2024 is based on the numbers and specific intentions. I believe there are a couple of items of smaller importance that were new in terms of evidence that were discussed, but largely similar to your point.
Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Chair, I think we're ready to call the vote.
Oh, that's great. Wonderful. Thank you. Any other comments? I guess we're okay. Member Vasquez has made a motion to approve public comment on item number 2.
Publication of the written decision.
Publication of the written decision. Okay, thank you. And we have a second with Vice Chair Lieber. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, members. Item number 3, CVIN LLC, property tax appeal, non-appearance adjudicatory. No parties are required to appear. Contribution disclosure forms are required under Government Code Section 15626. The Chief of the Board Proceedings Division has received completed contribution disclosure forms from all parties, agents, and participants for this matter. All board members indicated that their records disclose no disqualifying contributions from these taxpayers, parties, their agents, or participants. Chief of Board Proceedings provided the board member offices with an ex parte memorandum listing all parties, agents, and participants to ensure no ex parte violations. No violations have been disclosed. Ms. Wilkman, the appeals attorney, is presenting this matter. Please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning again, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. Again, for the record, I am Sarah Wilkman, the appeals attorney assigned to this case. In this case before you, the parties have waived their appearances before the board and have asked that the board adopt the agreement of the parties to resolve the case. The agreement is consistent with the confidential written record. And so, consistent with that, at this time, the appeals attorney is recommending that the board adopt the agreement of the parties, thereby negating the board-adopted escaped assessment from January 23, 2024. And consistent with that, I ask for your adoption of the parties' agreement.
All right, thank you. Members, would anybody like to make a motion on this item?
So moved. Second.
All right, Member Vasquez. Member Schaefer. Okay. Public comment on item number 3. We do not have any written comments, and no one in the auditorium wishes to make a public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone on the telephone line would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
And if anyone on the phones would like to make a public comment regarding this item, please press 1, then 0 at this time. We have no lines in queue.
Great, thank you, moderator. Members, any discussion on this item? All right, Member Schaefer.
I'm always pleased when we can find a basis to abate penalties, and this is one of them. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other comments? All right. Member Vasquez has made a motion to approve item 3, CVIN LLC, property tax appeal, non-appearance adjudicatory, with a second by Member Schaefer. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Just going to clarify the motion at this time that the board wishes to adopt the recommendation of the agreement between the parties.
Yes.
Yes, Chairman Gaines,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you, members.
Okay.
Item number 4, Chevron USA Incorporated audit. This matter is a constitutional function. Mr. McCool will present this matter.
Good morning, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. The State Assessed Properties Division performs routine audits of state assessees under the authority of Revenue and Taxation Code Section 828 and Government Code Section 15618. The purpose of a property tax audit is to determine the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of the financial data furnished by state assessees and used by the board in the valuation process. Audits also include an internal review of the methods, calculations, and assumptions used by the State Assessed Properties Division. Before you today for your consideration are 4 property tax audits completed by State Assessed Properties Division staff. Each assessee was provided a copy of their audit report and was given a 30-day window to provide additional information in response to the audit report. Upon adoption of the audits, all assessees will receive official notice of their value change and are provided 50 days in which they may file an appeal. The first audit for the board's consideration is for Chevron USA Incorporated. Chevron USA is an intercounty pipeline company that transports crude and refined petroleum products in California. Chevron was provided a copy of their audit report and findings and did not provide additional information during the 30-day review period. I ask for your adoption of the audit for Chevron USA Incorporated. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. McCool. Members, would anybody like to make a motion?
May I ask a question before we take up
Yes.
that motion?
Yes.
Mr. McCool, I'm just curious, in this case, did the petitioner allege any excessive assessments that were not granted?
Generally speaking,
Generally
I'm not
speaking.
sure how much I can share on these matters due to the confidential nature of the information. But I think for this particular question, it's safe to say, no, they did not.
Thank you.
All right, members, would you like to make a motion?
Move the staff recommendation.
Great, I got
I'll second that.
a first and a second. Public comment on item number 4. We don't have any written comments, and no one in the auditorium wishes to make a public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the phone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
And if you wish to make a public comment at this time, it is 1, then 0 on your phone. And there are no lines in queue.
All right, great. Thank you, moderator. Member Vasquez has made a motion to approve the audit of Chevron USA with Controller Cohen seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you, members. Item 5, Mariposa Energy LLC audit. This matter is a constitutional function. Mr. McCool will present.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines. The next audit is for Mariposa Energy LLC. Mariposa is a 196 megawatt power plant located in Alameda County. They were provided a copy of their audit report and findings. Mariposa did provide additional information to SAPD staff during the 30-day review period, and staff made minor adjustments to our findings. I ask for your adoption of the audit for Mariposa Energy LLC.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Members, would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
I so move.
Okay. Member Schaefer?
I'll second that. I'll second that motion.
Public comment on item number 5. We do not have any written comments, and no one in the auditorium wishes to make a public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
And again, on the phones, if you wish to make a public comment at this time, please press 1, then 0. And we have no lines in queue.
Thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none. Member Schaefer's made a motion on item 5, Mariposa Energy LLC audit, with member or Controller Cohen seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
All righty. The motion is to adopt the audit for, Mariposa Energy. Chairman Gaines?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you, members.
Okay.
You will now move to item number 6, AT&T Mobility LLC audit. This matter is a constitutional function. Mr. McCool will present this matter.
Thank you. AT&T Mobility is the second largest wireless telecommunications provider in the United States. They were provided a copy of their audit report and findings. AT&T did contact staff during the 30-day review period, but did not provide any additional information. I ask for your adoption of the audit for AT&T Mobility LLC. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Members, would anyone like to make a motion on this item? Okay,
I'll second that motion.
wonderful. So we have a motion and a second. Public comment on item number 6. We do not have any written comments, and no one in the auditorium wishes to make a public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line and would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
And on the telephones, if you have a public comment on this item, please press 1, then 0. And there are no lines in queue.
Thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion? Okay, Member Vasquez has made a motion to approve the audit for AT&T Mobility LLC with a second by Controller Cohen. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you, members. Item number 7, Time Warner Cable Information Services LLC audit. This matter is a constitutional function. Mr. McCool will present this matter.
Thank you. The final audit today is for Time Warner Cable Information Services LLC. This assessee provides integrated communication services to residential and business customers. They were provided a copy of their audit report and findings. They did not provide additional information to staff during the 30-day review period. I ask for your adoption of the audit for Time Warner Cable Information Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Members, would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second?
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Public comment on item number 7. We do not have any written comments, and no one is in the auditorium wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
And if you do have a public comment regarding this item, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we have no lines in queue.
Thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion? Seeing none. Member Vasquez has made a motion to approve the audit of Time Warner Cable Information Services with Controller Cohen seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you, members. Item number 8, State Assessed Property Board Role Changes. This matter is a constitutional function. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. Mr. McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division, is presenting this item.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4876 allows for correction of errors on the state assessed roll. I am here to present one role change to the state assessed roll for the board's consideration. The role change before you is to correct an assessee reporting error related to the 2024 roll. The assessee notified SAPD staff that they failed to timely report the cancellation of a lease agreement in San Diego County. This role change removes the assessed value from San Diego County that would not have been on the 2024 roll if the lease termination had been reported to our office timely. Upon the board's adoption of this change, staff will notify the county of the role change, and the county will be responsible for processing any applicable property tax refunds or issuance of new property tax bills. The state assessee will also receive notice of the role change adopted by the board. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, and I ask for your adoption of this role change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Members, would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
So moved.
Okay, we have
Second.
a second. Okay,
Second.
wonderful. Public comment on item number 8. We do not have any written comments, and no one is in the auditorium wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone on the telephone line would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
And if you wish to make a public comment at this time, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. There are no lines in queue.
Thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Member Vasquez has made a motion to make changes on item 8 regarding state assessed property board role changes, with Controller Cohen seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you, members. Consent agenda. Items 9, adoption of the December 17th, 2024 board meeting minutes. And also item number 10, adoption of the summary of testimony and information received at the November 20th, 2024 informational hearing on H2 hubs, which corrects a clerical error and will replace the December 2024 board adopted version. Members, would anybody like to make a motion on these items?
So moved.
Okay, we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Thank you, Controller Cohen. Appreciate it. Okay, we have a motion, and welcome, Deputy Controller Emmerich. We have a motion, public comment on items number 9 and 10 on the consent agenda. We do not have any written comments, and no one in the auditorium is wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone line would like to make a public comment regarding the consent agenda.
And if you do have a public comment regarding the consent agenda, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And there are no lines in queue. Please continue.
Thank you, moderator. Members, is there any discussion on this item? Looks like we made a correction on the H2 hubs.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, very well.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, good. And so Member Vasquez has made a motion to approve the consent agenda items 9 and 10 with Vice Chair Lieber seconding. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye. All right, the motion passes. Thank you, members. And are we all in agreement in terms of taking a 10-minute break at this point? Wonderful. All right, so we will reconvene at 11:04. Thank you.
Two good ones.
Okay. Okay, members, the next item is board member matters. Item 11, the 2025 County Assessor and Assessment Appeals Board issues board workshop group proposal. Mr. Vasquez is presenting this item.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines. This proposal brings the 2025 Assessor AAB Issues Board Work Group before the board for reconsideration. This proposal was raised last November, and we discussed revisiting the idea at this meeting. I am raising this again for possible action because the establishment of a work group is timely and appropriate based on publicly available information, including the board's TRA hearing and annual meeting with the county assessors from last fall and the examples we provided in our memo. For example, at the September meeting, the CAA identified several common administrative issues they anticipated in 2025 based on input from the assessors, which include Prop 19, the use of technology, and more. In addition, the examples we provided point to the administrative burdens on assessors and AABs on multiple issues and coming from multiple sources. Those sources could include results of disasters past and present, such as COVID, pandemic, and thousands of victims in LA and Ventura counties whose properties, businesses, and homes were destroyed. Increases in the volume of work due to recent real estate market conditions, the need to incorporate technology and associated difficulties, and the need to improve communication and increase collaboration between the relevant local agencies. A work group can provide an important forum for the board to receive testimony, find existing facts, and issue recommendations about the issues on the work group's agenda. It also provides the participants with a forum to share common administrative burdens and explore potential solutions. Regarding the scheduling for the work group, the proposal requests two upcoming dates. The proposal requests for a short time at the end of the February board meeting for preliminary planning. The intent would be to receive input from stakeholders and finalize the agenda items after the work group is approved in concept. The proposal also requests that the April 30th, 2025 board meeting date be reserved for a full-day work group meeting. Following this date, the team will prepare any minutes or recommendations. I welcome your comments and encourage a vote of approval for this work group. With that, I'll turn it back over to the chair and the board.
Yeah, questions of the board? Yes, Member Lieber.
I know that when we had it before us before, there was a discussion that we wanted to have the professional staff conduct a survey of assessors' practices and the structures and the offices of different assessors. So we were going to have this back in February. And so my concern is once a work group is established, then our professional staff can't do any work on it. So where are we at in terms of the survey is my question.
Good morning, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Thank you for that question, Vice Chair Lieber. Yes, at the November meeting, I was instructed to do a survey of the other county officials to get a better understanding on what type of issues that they may be experiencing. In December, the team prepared a very nice survey, and we had a discussion about who should we send a survey to. Initially, the thought was to send a survey to the various associations and ask them to send it to their members. After further discussion, we decided to send it directly to the assessors, directly to the tax treasurer collectors, clerk of the board, and auditor controllers, because those are the four county organizations who play a role in assessment appeals and tax refund delays, possible tax refund delays. We also decided not to send out the survey right in the middle of the holiday season because it was the holiday season, which is bad timing. When we were ready to send it out, guess what happened? So we still have not sent the survey out. It is ready, but I'm reluctant, unless this board directs me to, I'm reluctant to send it out to the LA County officials or the Ventura County officials. Would like to be a little concerned about what they're going through right now. But we are prepared to send it out to everyone else.
Follow-up question, if I may. I wonder if we send it out to everyone else, I think the biggest issue that we had was coming from the stakeholders were mentioning problems with getting throughput in LA County. And I think that problem has been resolved now, but I agree that it's a horrible time to bother people there or Ventura County right now. And so I wonder if we might send it out to the others and then have the approval of this item at the February meeting so that we can get that analysis done. Because I think it would be burdensome for one of our offices to try to contact 56 multiple county officials, and 56 of the 58 counties would be a concern. And then we could do the planning at the February meeting as well. Yeah, I think that might be a good tack to take.
Okay, you think that makes sense then with the delay for your county, given the challenges that's before it?
No, I was proposing that we might want to just, add an item on February, just, like a pre-planning, and then incorporate what the vice chair's asking now. I think that should be fine, because we're still looking at really having the hearing really on April anyway.
Okay, so
I don't
do
think
we
it sets us
need
back
an
much.
agendized item for the February meeting?
We would work with your office to have it on the agenda.
Okay, great. And do we need a motion?
We don't need a motion.
Is it understood, I guess?
We don't need a motion.
Okay.
We would just make sure that when we prepare the agenda for the February meeting, we will include survey results and potential planning for a board work group.
Yeah, it could just be like a preliminary item
Yeah, okay,
to just kind of pre-plan a little bit moving forward.
sure. Excellent. That's great. So, questions? Yeah, Member Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gaines. I'm not excited about the term work group. It just seems to be suddenly creating a lot more activity, and we don't have a time estimate. I'd like to have an estimate of 30 minutes or 90 minutes discussion or something, so we are not open walking into something unlimited. Second comment I have, that this is a very difficult time to impose upon the county assessor of LA County. He's got 100 new pressures on him, and so I wouldn't be in favor of anything that's trying to talk him when he's really very busy. And then third of all, we do talk to our assessors at our annual luncheon, and we do individually visit with our county assessors. I have 5. I think the chair has a couple of dozen or so. I talk to them personally,
And the
but I
vice
can
chair.
also send a letter individually to each assessor saying, this is the issue that's on my mind, and I'd like your input on it within 10 days. Please call me if you have any problem responding in writing within 10 days. I would think Member Vasquez could sort of think about having us get the assessor's input that way as being, I think, a little more effective than going to what we propose as a unlimited work group. I'm very skeptical of those being a tool that invades what other planning we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give Member Vasquez an opportunity to.
Yes, yeah, I was thinking along the same lines, and I did have a conversation with my assessor, Jeff Prang, just a couple of days ago, specifically about this issue in light of his workload, and he said he was good, he was flexible. He has the luxury of having so many staffers on board, And granted, it is some tough times right now, but I think if we move in the direction that I think our vice chair proposed, I think we should be okay.
Wonderful, okay. Wonderful. Vice Chair Lieber.
And we could certainly indicate the time commitment on the February agenda for hearing about response to the survey instrument, and then also for the pre-planning. So I think, given everything, that would probably work out the best.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think any one of us are entitled, as a matter of courtesy to our office, to have 15 minutes or 30 minutes if there's something important we want to discuss. And so I would defer to Mr. Vasquez on his interest here, but I want to be respectful of all our time.
Great, and
you.
we will be in touch with Member Vasquez's office too, in terms of figuring out the time.
You need, yeah, sure.
We can work that out with the executive director.
Okay, so we will
Stowers,
continue with the survey and work together with Member Vasquez's office. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you, members. Okay, we'll move now to next item, number 12.
Before we move further, Chairman, item 11 was to establish the board work group. I believe we need to take a motion that you want to continue, or you want to start the board work group.
I'll move it. I didn't know if we needed, to.
Yeah, I thought we didn't need a
With the
motion.
conditions that we.
We do
you know,
not
the
want to,
Vice
I'm
chair
sorry.
had proposed.
I stand corrected. I apologize.
I thought it was understood, but whichever way you want to do it, I'm good.
It's my understanding that if we were to vote on a board work group, then the work that my staff is trying to do would be restricted. So the goal is for us to complete the survey and report it back out to you and continue to work with your office. And then at the February meeting, we could discuss the survey results. And then at that time, the board can make a decision if the board has a desire to move forward with the work group.
Fine.
That's great. Thank you, Executive Director Stowers.
Chairman Gaines, can I ask a question? It's about 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks for the survey. Do you think that's enough time to get everyone's input? And then in the past, when you've sent out surveys, what's the feedback? Is it like over 50% of assessors reply, or?
It's going to be about 50%, and this is a large group.
Is
When
it
we
kind
had-
of widespread throughout
It's
the
wide,
state?
yeah, we're doing, like I said, we're doing the audit controller, the treasurer, the tax collector, and the clerks of the board, all parties that play a role when it comes to assessment appeals and refunds. So we can get the survey out, and we'll do a gentle reminder to them. And then if there's not enough responses as the February meeting comes up, I will let the Member Vasquez know, and of course, the chair, and if we have to make adjustments, we can.
That'd be great. And if you can let them know, we're going to have a little bit of a pre-planning in February. If they want to come give some public input, that'd be great too. Thank you.
Okay, I will do that, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Stowers. All right, members, we'll move forward to the next agenda item.
Before we go, because since agenda item, we have to take public comment on all agenda items.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, public comments on item number 11. We don't have any written comments and no comments in the auditorium. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T comment moderator. Please let us know if anyone is on the telephone who would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda. AT&T moderator? Hello?
Are we waiting for a comment?
Yeah, we're waiting for the AT&T moderator.
Yes, we're waiting for the moderator to chime in. Hold on one second, please.
I heard a cough.
That was me, Mr. Schaefer.
Is there a time limit?
Let's come back and continue on, and we could come back and circle back with the
Okay.
AT&T moderator. Mhm.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 12. Yeah.
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Just in the spirit of keeping everything moving forward, I would like to say that I did speak with Kate Bell, the lobbyist from Ryan's Tax Consulting, and speaking for them, Ryan is still very interested in his board work group and look forward to participating.
Great. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. All right, members, we'll move forward now to item number 12, California's property tax system in addressing the disproportional impact of poverty, informational hearing proposal. Vice Chair Lieber is presenting this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we are aiming at with this item is to have a very short hearing on the importance of California's property tax system in addressing the disproportional impact of poverty that's reflected in income inequality, geographic disparities, and financial outcomes for Californians, including the assets that Californians are able to hold. Clearly, we put this memo together before the catastrophic fires in LA, and so we want to be very sensitive to that fact. At our last meeting, we had a discussion of possibly using some of the board meeting time on the 29th, and I am very open to that if we need to keep April 30th clear for a hearing that's solely about the situation for LA County. I think that the topic of this hearing is particularly pressing given the situation in LA County and given the situation for the concentration of poverty and impacts on lower income Californians. So I'd like to ask that the board approve the concept of the hearing today and that we stay a little bit flexible on the scheduling so that I can work with Mr. Vasquez and identify when we would like to have a full hearing about the situation in LA. And I'd also like to pledge my interest and determination to really use the concept of a hearing on the relationship between poverty and property taxes in our state to really flesh out the issues that are present and now so much exacerbated by the fires in LA County. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Lieber. Members, are there any questions or discussion on this item?
Yes,
Member Vasquez.
thank you, Vice Chair Lieber, for bringing this back up, and I think it's really, I mean, I know you brought it up before, we had this disaster take place, but now it's just, it's such an important issue that I think we could definitely dovetail into this and see what's the best way to handle it. I've had conversations, especially with some of the new members on the Assembly and the Senate that are coming from a housing background and are very excited about working with us and especially on legislation. I was just having dinner last night with one of the new young rising stars from the San Fernando Valley in Assembly, Celeste, and she's gung-ho and ready to roll up her sleeves and do whatever she can to help us, and whether it means authoring a bill or just participating with us on whatever other bills we get from our senators and other legislative members. So, no, and I'll defer to you in terms of what you think it's the best time to do it. I think as we move forward, well, later on the agenda, I'm going to be bringing up the issue of possibly doing our hearing in February just on the disaster that took place in LA. And if you see fit, we could possibly incorporate some of this as well. But I'll leave that up to you.
Okay, very good. And Deputy Controller Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank our Vice Chair for bringing this forward. In December, we had an incredible hearing at the Franchise Tax Board. Thanks to your leadership, Madam Chair. I'm looking forward to bringing these conversations to the Board of Equalization. Time and time again, I say we're the 5th largest economy in the world, but also have the highest poverty anywhere in this country. So there's not an equilibrium here, and many people are being left behind. And I look back at my own experiences growing up in poverty, and how I was able to make it through economic mobility and education and get my parents into a better situation. And it all starts with these type of conversations, Madam Chair, so I'm looking forward to this, whether it be in April or sometime in the spring. Thank you again for your leadership on this very, very important issue that Californians are unfortunately facing each and every day to survive in this state that they should call home forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Controller Emron. Member Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I also appreciate Ms. Lieber bringing this to our attention. I'm all for discussions and possible actions on these topics, but sometimes they involved a interesting and necessary and intelligent witness or two, and the meeting goes on for an hour of listening to other people talk, and I'm here not to listen to other people talk as much as I am to listen to my colleagues' evaluations on things, and I'm a little fearful of unlimited audience participation, so that's why I bring up the idea for time estimates, and because I respect each of our times, not just my own I'm speaking about. And so while I do favor the topic here, I'm all for having appropriate time estimate limitations and to not be involving outside speakers without our consent. Thank you.
All right. Vice Chair Lieber, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we approve the concept of the informational hearing on the importance of California's property tax system in addressing the disproportional impact of poverty in California, and that we bring this back at the February meeting for the specific date planning. And at that time, we can look at the 29th or the 30th. And I'm making this motion with a commitment to work with Mr. Vasquez to make sure that we have the relevance to the situation in LA County fully fleshed out. So
I'll
that's,
second that.
thank you.
All right, great, wonderful. So we have a motion and we have a second. Let's now go to public comment, if we could, on item number 12. We don't have any written comments.
Mr. Gaines, to do a
Yes.
little bit of housekeeping.
Sure.
Let's go to the AT&T moderator for both item 11 and 12.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. If you do have a public comment at this time, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. And if you have public comment on items 11 or 12, please press 1, then 0 at this time. We have no lines in queue, and I would like to apologize to the board. I did have technical difficulties with my telephone.
It's all right, we're all caught up. Thank you, moderator, appreciate it. Members, is there any further discussion? Okay. We have, Vice Chair Lieber has made a motion to approve the concept of a poverty informational hearing with a date to be determined for further study at the next meeting. Is that correct?
That's getting very close.
Okay.
So my motion is to approve the concept of hearing on the impact of California's property tax system in addressing disproportional impact. And that we bring the item back at the February meeting. And I think that we will have a solid proposal of the exact date at that time
Great, thank you. And we had a second
from Mr. Schaefer.
from Member Schaefer. Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Chairman Gaines,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye?
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
The motion passes. The next item is item 13, the 2025 Legislative Concepts Board discussion. Mr. Vasquez is presenting this item.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines. Today, we are at the beginning of the 2025-2026 legislative session, and the deadline for bill introduction is in February. As stated in the memo provided with this item, I believe it would be helpful to share bill concepts which the members are interested in supporting or otherwise bringing attention to. This item does not request specific action on any of the legislative concepts raised in the memo, but merely raises them for discussion. Number one, property tax incentives to construct affordable housing. According to LAO, a bottom-tier home in California is about 32% more expensive than a mid-tier home in the rest of the U.S. In addition, the annual household income needed to qualify for a mortgage for a bottom-tier home was 40% higher than the state's median household income. Consequently, the market can be prohibitively expensive for first-time home buyers who are more likely to purchase these lower-tier homes. Legislative solutions to provide incentives to developers of smaller homes which are restricted to first-time home buyers could help these buyers to enter the market. For example, my understanding is the Assemblymember Corey Jackson, may be working on a bill to provide CEQA exemptions for and a property tax deferral to developers for such construction. In light of our hearing in Santa Monica last year on affordable housing, focusing on construction incentives for housing targeted to first-time homebuyers strikes me as an innovative strategy to address this problem. Number two, increasing transparency and direct accountability in taxpayer appeals. Prior to 2018, the board was responsible for hearing certain taxpayer appeals, a responsibility which provided a level of transparency and direct accountability for decisions because the appeals were heard directly by elected officials. Since the passage of AB 102, taxpayer appeals generally are handled by the Office of Tax and Appeals, OTA. Appeals are heard by panels of appointed officials who are not directly accountable to the state's taxpayers. Under current law, the government code limits the board's authority to hear, determine, decide, or take any other action with respect to an appeal or matters for which those powers were transferred OTA. One possible legislation solution to increase taxpayers' accountability could be to allow the board to discuss completely OTA appeals or trends in taxpayer appeals as regular items on board meetings. Discussion would not constitute an action, and by limiting discussion to only completed appeals, this would not interfere with OTA process, but it would provide a mechanism by which directly elected officials can discuss trends in a taxpayer's appeals. Last year, Senator Allen authored SB 1436, which would have created the California Tax Policy Oversight Board, a body consisting of elected officials to engage in high-level review of the state's tax agencies. This bill did not ultimately pass, but the problems of direct accountability remain. I'm raising this concept as an idea to reestablish a public forum for direct accountability into the taxpayers' appeals process. Number 3, property tax incentives for a transition to clean energy. At our informational hearing in November, we heard testimony from several presenters, including Senators Archuleta and Allen and Tyson Eckerly from GoBiz, about how new energy technologies like hydrogen can play a part in reducing the harmful effects of pollution and climate change. We also heard about where investments in hydrogen technology may be most effective. For example, the ports of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Oakland all provide examples on how hydrogen technology can be used and to reduce emissions. One concept to incentivize investment in hydrogen would be to exclude hydrogen technology from the definition of a taxable possessory interest at California ports. This would provide a tax incentive to encourage companies with equipment at ports to invest in hydrogen technology that could significantly reduce the pollution in the surrounding communities. A broader bill based on a similar concept was proposed last year, but targeting the concept at hydrogen technology in particular could be an interesting and less costly approach. Bills to address, number 4, bills to address wildfires. Finally, the wildfires in Los Angeles have devastated my district over the past 2 weeks. Thousands of people have lost their homes, schools, and businesses, and it will take years to rebuild and recover. There are a number of bills under consideration seeking to provide property tax relief to victims of the ongoing fires. These include a wide range of proposals from extending property tax deadlines to opening public lands up to temporary house victims to possible legislation on insurance impacts. Given the urgency of these issues, I intend to hold an informational hearing or event in my district in February to provide a forum for a public discussion on, 1, the needs of victims related to their property and businesses and insurance, 2, the legislative process proposals and ideas, and 3, any other relevant solutions. I've spoken with several legislators as well as Chairman Gaines about the hearing, and based on their experience, on his experience and informational hearings he hosted last year on the insurance crisis, it expressed interest in attending. To the extent that other members may want to join, you're all invited. And I am happy to make a motion or get your consensus on a date. As far as I am concerned, the hearing can be conducted remotely, or it could be a hybrid system, whichever members prefer or recommend, as many of the victims and stakeholders are probably unable to travel at this point. I believe it's important to this board to receive testimony and consider support for relevant legislation and to show that we are accountable for helping to provide recovery solutions that the public really needs. I look forward to hearing any ideas from you about legislation in the upcoming session and the discussion on a proposed hearing date next month if you're interested. With that, I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Great. Members, any questions? Member Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Vasquez, I would like to have proposals as detailed as this. If you could have sent something out to us without violating Bagley-Keene, just mentioning in general principles this issue and that issue that you want to bring up, so we'd have a chance to do a little research into it ourselves. I'm sure if you'd propose something and pass it by Mr. Moon, he would be able to say that this does not violate, because it's looking into issues, it's not advocating either way. Also, Senator Allen, who you've mentioned several times, is a well-known candidate to replace you next year when your position is up and you're retiring from it. And while I have a great admiration for him, every time you mention him for something, it's knowing that you support him, it may upset some other candidates who are seeking to replace you, and we're trying to avoid that. I have issues of legislative concern that I'd like to bring up. I don't drink, but I'm an advocate of the liquor industry and of the taxes, which we have jurisdiction to pass judgment on appeals of. I'm interested in increasing those taxes, and I note that the state of Ohio has authorized funeral homes to have a limited liquor license to serve liquor, or at least wine, to toast the dearly departed at their events. And I think we should encourage that in California too, and that may be something of a legislative nature. I'm also interested in the sexually violent predators being placed anywhere in California, that their assessors may consider this a calamity, which allows them to go in and do reductions without waiting for an application. And I think that's important to us, because people that are affected by a dangerous neighbor should not have to put their name on any documents and go public about it. I think it's more of an obligation of our assessor to look into it from an official point of view. So I'm all for any of these opportunities we have to discuss possible legislative matters, and I'm also very careful to not bring names of people that are looking to succeed us into our discussions. Thank you.
All right, Vice Controller, Deputy Controller, excuse me.
Both work. I just want to thank you, Mr. Vasquez. And I think it's nice to kind of get ahead of this. The legislative session moves so fast. You mentioned that the bill dates are coming mid-February, and these are all things that I think the board can actively work on. One good thing that we did that I appreciated is that we had members of the legislature, their staff, come and present bills to the board where we decided to support it, and now we got our letters of support, and we reflected it on the record too. And I think staying involved in that process as well. Two things that the controller and I are both very interested in is if the possibility of, for the Board of Equalization, administering some type of tax credit to people that are either in fire danger zones or property tax relief as they try to rebuild, some type of tax credit to help them with their bottom line as they try to rebuild, bring the cost down. And then number two, we've been hearing instances about people looting, and the governor has an executive order where members of the public are getting short-sold for their property, and this being prohibited. And I think going after bad actors and protecting people's property value at the Board of Equalization, as the elected taxpayer representatives, as people that are stewards of property and land, I think more time than ever for this board to step up and kind of be a representative in that light. And these are ongoing discussions. I just wanted to put that out there into the universe and on the record for things to think about. But I'm fully in support of this concept. Thank you.
Wonderful, great comments, and I think Vice Chair Lieber, did you have some comments?
I saw
or-
Mr. Moon approaching, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I just remind the board very quickly, I had heard Mr. Vasquez invite the other board members to your informational meeting in LA. And as you know, if there's more than 2 board members present at that informational hearing, it would be then subject to Bagley-Keene, which means it essentially becomes an official meeting of the board, in which case there are a lot of requirements, and I'm not sure that staff would be able to do that in February.
Okay.
I have a question for Mr. Moon.
Yes, go ahead, Member Schaefer.
Mr. Moon, if Mr. Vasquez would like to have an informational memo circulated among the board, if it was done carefully so that it was not advocating a position, but just generally discussing areas and issues to be brought up at our next regular meeting, you could approve something like that, couldn't you?
Mr. Schaefer, certainly if it was procedural about times and places, I think that would be acceptable under Bagley-Keene. After the meeting, after the information has been presented and discussed and taken in at the hearing, it would certainly be okay to circulate a memo summarizing that information. There may be an issue if such information was disseminated prior to a meeting, because one of the requirements of Bagley-Keene is that the board members are subject to all the rules whenever they're receiving any type of deliberative information or information that they may deliberate on, and that may qualify as that.
Sure.
If we could go back to Member Vasquez, I think you had some comments.
Just a quick question. And I was just proposing this locally, because I'm not sure this place is available for a second date. So I was going to ask staff, in February, that we already have a scheduled board meeting, and I know we don't have control of this room. That's why I had proposed that. But if this is available, I don't mind. It's not probably right. That's
Yvette
what I was kind
Stowers,
of fearing.
Executive Director.
Yes.
Our next scheduled meeting is February 19th here at the Maley Complex, and it's not available for a second day.
That's what I was kind of making that assumption.
Yeah, and we do not have the capacity to do a additional board meeting in February where all members will be participating.
But in listening to Mr. Moon, if it's just two of us, then it's
Perfect.
perfect, right?
That was my question as well, through the chair. If the board right now picks, okay, Mr. Vasquez is going to participate, and if we pick one other member, like, for example, the chairman or the vice chair, does that suffice? If we agree right now that two of the members of the five will be participating, does that violate Bagley-Keene, or is that okay?
It would be okay if only two members are there.
And if we agree on the record right now?
Yes, you could do that if you so chose.
So just another question. If we couldn't have a public hearing if we didn't, my thinking is if you're making no decisions, couldn't you have all the members come to an informational hearing?
You could. My point was that if you do that, the entire meeting would be subject to all of the Bagley-Keene rules. And staff has certain procedures and things that they follow when that happens. And
But
so,
if you're not taking a vote on anything and it's just informational in nature, why would that be the case?
yeah, it's still because Bagley-Keene covers any meeting that you're receiving information or deliberating or have the potential to have information given to you that you would consider for even future decision making.
Okay, if nothing was given to us prior to the hearing and it was a public hearing and everything was discussed within the public hearing, it was properly noticed for people to participate, we wouldn't be any different than a member of the public coming to hear it if there's no vote. I'm just curious as to why.
Yeah,
why is it so restrictive in that sense?
Yeah, it is restrictive. And so the difference would be because you're an elected official with the potential to decide certain matters, information
we don't
about
decide.
which.
We're not
yeah,
deciding.
even if it's not at that specific hearing, but you are getting information. And so part of Bagley-Keene is to be as completely transparent as possible and to make the public aware that you, as an official with the potential to take some action in the future, are receiving this information at a particular time.
Okay, so if we had more than two members show up, then what sort of challenges does that present in terms of staffing?
Yeah, so that would be a question from Ms. Stowers.
Sorry, Member Vasquez, I'm just trying to get clarity.
I think it's a good question.
Yeah.
I thought, since we don't take action, you could just
Yeah.
do the public, for example.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But I didn't know how strict it was.
So I think and I'm not an attorney, but at your proposed informational hearing, you may hear some legislation that you may decide in the future that you want to support. So that's where we would be drawing foul with Bagley-Keene. Now, back to the question of, let's say all the members would like to participate. We cannot go to Southern California and put on an in-person or a hybrid meeting. We just don't have the capacity or the funding for it right now. Staff is saying that there's a possibility that we could get this facility on February the 20th, but it would be limited from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. The facility appears to be available. We just need to check with our technology partners.
So then we could maybe strictly just have the stakeholders pretty much just testify. We would try to limit our discussion, so we allow that to happen.
But it would.
Because we give us 3 hours, basically.
Yeah, but it would be a meeting here. They
Right,
can be
right.
They can be virtual, but yes.
Right.
And then you guys can still have discussion.
Right,
But
right.
it depends on how you want to do your hearing.
Gotcha.
Would this be specifically to the LA fires or broader?
I mean, I'm open. I was thinking we got probably enough, especially if we're going to be limited, with the LA stuff. And I know there's several, both members on the Assembly and the Senate that are interested in coming up with possible bills already.
Yeah, great. Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. Well, I'll just say a couple of things before our executive officer comes back with more information. So this agenda item is noticed as a discussion of legislative concepts. So I'd be kind of leery of taking action to designate people to participate in a hearing in LA, and I think it overcomplicates what the member is trying to do. But that's a great offer from staff, that 3 hours on the 19th, if
20th.
20th, whatever the date is, the date before our meeting. And when the time is right, I'd like to get back to the agenda item because I have things to say about that, but our executive officer, through the chair, if I may suggest that we take her comments first, and then I'd love to come back to the actual item.
Okay, I'm just confirming with legal right now. Did we cover everything? We covered Bagley King. I think Vice Chair Lieber is raising the point that we're talking possibly about taking a vote on an informational hearing and who will be the participants, but that's not duly noticed on the agenda. I will ask legal counsel if we have any flexibility with that item.
My suggestion would be that if it's an official information hearing to which Bagley Keene applies, it is not, you're correct, it is not noticed on the agenda for today for that particular informational hearing. And so you would not be able to take that vote.
Okay, but we
Question?
could call for an emergency meeting too. Don't we have the authority to do that,
Yeah,
to speed the process up? and
Yeah, I
agendize
don't,
something?
yeah, I don't believe that you could call an emergency meeting now and then take a vote immediately. So,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So we have to agendize it for February?
Correct.
Okay, and then have this discussion then?
The vote, yes.
Okay. The informational hearing could proceed
Yeah,
in LA
if
with
you were-
2 members?
Yes, you could do that. You could
Okay.
proceed with an informational hearing sponsored by Mr. Vasquez with just 2 members, correct.
Okay. Vice Chair Lieber, I'm sorry, I was trying to get some more clarity.
Well, I think I'll stir up some more mud in the water here, then it'll be really clear. So Mr. Vasquez's options right now are to go ahead with his hearing as he planned in LA, and up to one other person from the board could come and participate. And then it won't be a quorum of the board who are participating there, so it wouldn't trigger all the regulations for an official meeting of the board that would cause a lot of things to happen. And then would it be possible for Mr. Vasquez to request, not within this item that's about legislation concepts, but to request an item for the February meeting, should the meeting be front-loaded with an extra 3 hours the day before? He could request that at any time before the February meeting. Am I correct about thinking about that?
So do you mean just to add another day without specifying that this is an informational hearing for this particular item?
Would the board need to take action to approve an informational hearing in February, or could he request it off agenda and in the interim of time between now and February?
Yeah, so the chair would have the authority to decide what goes on what goes on the agenda. The informational hearing that Mr. Vasquez might want, it's, you just can't vote for it today.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Which, if I could add, which now you made me think about it. So at the end of the day, when the chair sits with the executive director and plans the agenda for February, there's nothing stopping him of adding an extra day, right?
Correct.
And basically, whatever he wants to call it, yeah.
Okay, so that would be how we would achieve the goal.
So we don't officially take a vote here, but he
We
has
had
the
a
authority to just do that.
Yeah, so he could call a second day, assuming, of
Second
course,
day.
all of the data is available, et cetera, assuming
Yes,
all of the
okay.
logistics work. You could call a
There you go.
second day, and you could
That's how you get around it.
agendize a discussion on whether to vote for, to have an additional information hearing at some point in the future.
Okay, but could you have the hearing, though?
From my
The extra day would
understanding,
be
it
for the
seems
hearing.
like we should be able to have the ability for Member Vasquez to submit an agenda item discussing the topic matter. And then the chair will have the privilege of approving it. And as we plan our agenda, we will see, does it fall on the first day, February 19th, or the second day, February 20th, between the hours of 2 and 5. And we would know that very soon, because I do believe we have an agenda planning meeting coming up.
Okay, very good. Great, so let's work on that.
So if you can submit a memo to us, you know the process, that'd be great.
Yeah, okay, good. Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. So I want to kind of pull us back into this, this item, if I may. And on the question of whether or not to approve specific concepts, I'd like to leave it a little more open, and members all have their priorities about what they'd like to see and bring forward in terms of bills. One issue that is a concept that appeals to me, so I'll be requesting to bring it forward as we did last year, was Senator Sayarto's bill dealing with bankruptcy. And I think that's going to be especially salient this year, unfortunately. And I'd like to see what changes they've made to the bill in terms of a funding structure within it. And then an issue that is very close to my heart because of a constituent matter is looking at a very narrow legislative or ballot fix on Prop 19 to allow additional time for transfer of property during a governor-declared emergency. And so I'd like to bring some concepts back around that. But I'm very open on affordable housing items, and I think we're going to have plenty to work from for this year. So I'd just like to say that I don't want to vote on a certain specific set of concepts today, but I think we know what our general interest areas are, and we'll be able to bring forward legislation and hopefully some authors to comment on those as well. And then we're going to have the governor's extraordinary session dealing with the fires, and there may be measures in that session that we'd like to bring up as well. So that's kind of where I'm at on the item here. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, wonderful. We've got some additional comments by Deputy Controller Emron.
I
and
think
Member Schaefer.
my questions were cleared up, Chairman Gaines, and I'll be looking forward to both days in February. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Member Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Speaking as somebody who lives 500 or 600 miles away, I would like us to all agree if we're going to have a second day at any time. I have 6 or 7 meds I deal with every day, and when I do a second day, I do the hotel routine, and I might attend a second day virtually instead, because I sort of have a habit of attending one solid day. We can tinker with the one solid day. We could start the meeting 15 minutes earlier because I have no problem being here at 9:45. We can legally have a 30-minute lunch hour instead of a 60-minute if we're trying to get more done in a day. And we can go into later. My airplane home is at either 5 or at 7 p.m., and I'm perfectly open to taking the late plane. So I would like to know if it's only a matter of an extra hour or two, we might sort of be able to tamper with day one. I'm big on day one and not so big on day two. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Schaefer, and I think we can, looking at Executive Director Stowers in terms of potentially making accommodations for you.
Thank you,
If in
Member
fact we have a second day, I think
Thank you.
that's the
Yes.
direction we're headed
We can
in.
definitely accommodate the second day while you participate virtual. As far as starting early or shortening the lunch or working past 5 o'clock, that would be against my staff rank and file rules.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I find that we generally finish up by 4 o'clock, so I think there's quite often an extra.
Members may finish at 4 o'clock, but staff is still here after 4 o'clock
Yeah,
to shut down, and it takes them an hour or so.
I appreciate everything they do, yes.
Thank you. Great. Vice Chair Lieber? You're good, okay. So I appreciate the comments by Vice Chair Lieber in terms of, I want to make sure it's broad in terms of our ability to look at informational hearings and the subject matter. I know there has to be a nexus, and so we have to make sure we're living by that. But just looking at the summary here, I'm not sure we need board action. I just want to look to Member Vasquez in terms of whether we need a motion or we've had discussion and have an idea of how we're proceeding.
I'm feeling there's a consensus. I think we're good, unless
Yeah,
everybody's nodding their head, so.
okay.
And, I'll work with your office after so we could
Yes,
move this thing.
absolutely. Wonderful, thank
Unless
you.
the exec director thinks we need a motion, I think we're good, right? We're good.
Okay, Ms. Cicchetti, are we okay? I know we've got public comment we need to look at.
Item, let's
Okay.
just do that, and then we could recess for lunch.
Okay, great, thank you. Public comment on item 13. We don't have any written, nor do we have anybody in the auditorium who wishes to make public comment on this agenda item. Therefore, let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone on the telephone would like to make a public comment regarding this item on the agenda.
And if you would like to make a public comment from the phones at this time, please press 1, then 0. There are no lines in queue.
Okay, great, thank you, moderator. I don't think there's any other items of discussion on this item. And I think at this point, we can agree to take a 60-minute lunch break. And if we could reconvene at 1:04, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we're ready in the AV room.
Wonderful. Okay, we're back from our lunch break. It's now 1:07. And we will now move on to the next item on the agenda, item 15. Oh, okay. Okay, where are we?
We're on item 14, we
There
went
we
to
go.
lunch a few minutes
Yeah, I
earlier.
apologize.
I
Jumped
apologize.
ahead there. Okay, so this is item 14, Executive Director's Report.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines, honorable members. First, members, let me begin by saying Happy New Year. My team and I are ready and committed to continuing the good work under the board's leadership. For my report today, I will cover a few upcoming events, then close with a recap highlighting some of the agency's many accomplishments during 2024. But members, before I get into these items, I want to provide the board with a brief update on the Los Angeles County fires, wildfires. First, I want to say that our hearts and prayers go out to all of the residents and communities that have been impacted by these devastating fires. Soon after the wildfires began, I directed our communication chief to immediately prepare a news release outlining the available property tax disaster relief, which was issued on Tuesday, January 14th. The information was covered by various Los Angeles area media outlets. As you know, Section 170 of the Revenue and Taxation Code provides property tax disaster relief to victims of the Los Angeles and Ventura County wildfires. To summarize, especially for those from the public who are watching, the general requirements are properties in government-proclaimed disaster areas or properties that have experienced misfortune and calamity may qualify for property tax relief so long as the loss estimate is at least $10,000 of the current market value of the property. And property owners must file a claim with the county assessors within 20 months from the date of the damage or destruction. However, I know that Assessor Prang is being extremely proactive by filling out the claims for the property owners in his county. However, he is asking for the people to file the claims when their time permits as a way of him obtaining current contact information. Approved claims will be eligible for a temporary reduction in property taxes, and only once the property is rebuilt, the property's pre-damaged value will be restored. Eligible property owners may also receive a postponement of their next regular property tax installment until the assessors reassess the property due to the damage. There are also other provisions within the law that help affected property owners depending on whether they decide to rebuild or if a different property is purchased. All of these details are outlined on the BOE's disaster relief webpage and the recently published information guide for disaster relief for damaged or destroyed property. We encourage anyone to visit our websites for these resources.
Excuse me, Mr. Executive Director. I understand that this is a calamity, and when there is a calamity, the statute allows the assessor to proceed without having an application. I can see the importance of an application so he can see who he's talking to, but in the absence of an application, he has a property address and assessor's parcel number. He has every legal ability, and I've urged him to do so, to go forward and assist the property owner. And I just want to make it clear that his action is not 100% dependent upon him getting an application.
Thank you for your comments, sir. As I said, the Assessor Prang is being very proactive in this matter.
Yes, yes, I'm very pleased with it.
There are also other provisions to help affected property owners depending on whether they decide to rebuild or a different property is purchased. All details are outlined in the BOE's disaster relief page. Speaking of the informational guide, I am aware that Board Member Vasquez, who represents Los Angeles County, and his team has been present at and distributed hundreds of copies of the informational guide to affected property owners at the various local assistance and disasters resources. Thank you, Member Vasquez and your team. Also, Controller Cohen has issued a news release on Tuesday, January 21st, amplifying the information the BOE released earlier this month. Thank you, Controller Cohen, for your assistance. Finally, members, I understand that many of you are having individual conversations with stakeholders on exploring ways to provide additional property tax relief. I want to assure the board that agency staff and I have also been in active conversation with the administration and the legislator and providing insight into ways to provide quicker property tax relief to those affected. Please know that our stakeholders have been tapping into the BOE's expertise and knowledge. These conversations are ongoing, and when more concrete proposals are available, I will update and inform the board. As you know, members, on Thursday, January the 16th, the governor issued an executive order extending the state property tax deadline for Los Angeles County and Ventura County firestorm victims. The deadline is extended into April 2026. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have on wildfires.
Great, thank you, Ms. Stowers. Members, do you have any questions?
Okay.
More of a
Member
comment.
Vasquez.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your presentation. And I just wanted to thank you also publicly, because I know we had several conversations right after the disaster started here in LA County, and just appreciate a lot of the support you and your staff provided.
You're welcome.
Looking forward to working on some of this down the road here.
Yes, we're here to support you in every way possible.
Appreciate it.
So I would like to move on to,
Could I ask just a
Sure.
clarification? You already mentioned it, but could you repeat the timeframe and the amount of potential benefit from the tax perspective?
yeah, the first
had
one
laid
under RT 7170, they will, look at my notes. Once it's a governor proclaimed disaster, they can have property tax relief if the damage is $10,000 or more in market value.
Okay,
This relief does require them to file a claim with the county assessor, but again, the assessor has been very proactive in going out there and doing it himself, but would like for the property owners to file just so they can have a current address. And it does provide for a reduction in property taxes, so when you have this damage, the assessor will go out and look at the value of your property as of the fire.
okay,
And then that should take a significant reduction in your property tax.
okay.
And you will pay property tax on the damage stage until you restore the property or buy new property.
Okay. So that
Once you file the
taxation
claim,
follows the value, because the value
yeah, the
dropped,
taxation
right?
follows the value. So the
Yeah.
value would drop, let's say, all it is going to be now is land.
Yes.
So that value would drop.
And it'll go to the date of the incident, so if it takes them a while to process, I imagine they'll backdate to the
They
date
were
of
backdated.
the loss.
Once a claim is filed, it automatically defers the collection of property tax.
Okay,
And on top of the governor's executive order given into April 2026.
okay,
It also provides an opportunity, gosh, I should have this in my head by now. Dave, don't let me misspeak. That you have 5 years, got it. You have 5 years to get your rebuilt property.
okay,
And as you guys pointed out, with the Paradise Fire, it took longer than 5 years, and they did get special legislation to provide them with 8 years.
oh, okay, very good, yeah, thanks for that clarification. And then, how many months do you have to file?
Currently, you have 12 months to file a claim. There is some discussion of possible legislation that will extend that to 24 months.
Okay, so it could be up to 24, and then the minimum again?
A minimum of 5 years to replace, and to be quite honest, there is some discussion about
Okay.
extending that time frame as well.
Okay.
The language is not finalized yet, so I don't want to misspeak.
That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, any other questions?
I had a question.
Yes.
What
Member
if
Schaefer.
somebody doesn't file because they're incompetent or what the problem is? The assessor still has the legislative right to initiate an analysis of the problem to somebody in an affected fire area. I guess it's up to the assessor what he or she wants to do about it because they're independently elected people. I was just concerned if,
Yes,
Member
but
Schaefer, can you put that microphone
I
closer?
understand your question. What if someone doesn't have the capacity to file within the 12 months or the possible longer time frame? The assessors are aware of this just devastating wildfires, so they are being extremely proactive to make the
because,
adjustments.
or people that may be capable of filing, that think filing's been made by their attorney or by their family member, when it really hasn't,
Right, right. I think a lot of it is getting the word out, and that's why the assessors and their team, and Member Vasquez and his team has been out there to let the people know about the relief that's available to them, and letting them know that they don't have to charge a representative to get it done. So it's really about
I have
getting the
no
word out.
criticism at all. I'm very pleased with what's
Okay.
going on.
Okay. So next, members, I would like to highlight a few important upcoming events. Up first, on February 27th, the California Taxpayers Association, Caltax, has invited the BOE to speak and participate in their upcoming webinar panel titled Navigating Disaster Tax Relief, Supporting Taxpayers in Challenging Times. I will report out on that event afterwards. And then on April 21st to April 24th, the Bay Area's Assessors Association will hold their annual regional conference in Napa. The conference is hosted by Napa County Assessor, Recorder, and County Clerk John Tudor. I will continue to keep your office up to date on details of the upcoming events. Now, with your permission, members, I would like to take a few minutes to reflect on the agency's accomplishments for 2024, and I do believe you have a handout in front of you.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Members, as the board secretary and agency executive director, I am extremely appreciative of your leadership and support to move the agency forward. Further, I am honored to work with a team of extraordinary people, the employees of the State Board of Equalization, whose professionalism, expertise, and dedication to the successful administration of our programs continues to impress me daily. Staff has been reporting on their progress and work activities throughout the past year. And now I would like to highlight some of our 2024 accomplishments. Starting with board proceedings and Operation Support Service Division. Board proceedings has facilitated the annual meeting of the State Board of Equalization and the county assessors in September. And thanks to board proceedings and CDTFA media production team, I would like to highlight that they have successfully transitioned the board meeting to this lovely Mayley State Office complex. They have facilitated 15 in-person hybrid public meetings, including board meetings and informational hearings. Board proceedings appeals case management processed 33 appeals during the calendar year. Board proceedings and Operation Support Service has prepared and submitted 90 purchase and contracts requests. Prepared, facilitated, and submitted 43 hiring packages, completed the onboarding of 28 employees new to the agencies. Additionally, 20 employees moved up the career ladder and were promoted during the year. These are the same employees that Ms. Lombardi talked about throughout the year. Oh, the Property Tax Department, State Assessed Property Division. They produced and prepared the 2024 board roll of state assessed property with a total assessed value of $152 billion, representing approximately $2.5 billion in property tax revenues for schools and local governments. Produced, prepared for adoption, and billed the 2024 private railroad car tax roll for an annual amount of over $10.2 million that would go to the state's general fund. They successfully completed 30 data assessed property appeals, completed 20 property tax audits, physically inspected and valued over 8,000 state assessed land parcels. They processed 677 statement of land changes and coordinate the corresponding assessment jurisdiction for each change with the 58 county assessors. They processed 229 jurisdictional boundary change, resulting over $315,000 in revenue for the state general fund, and produced the 2024 valid tax rate area list with 61,000 tax rate areas. The Property Tax Department Assessment Practice Survey Division, they publish comprehensive compliance audits, surveys, and sampling for 7 counties, including Sutter, Ventura, Trinity, Salona, San Bernardino, Mariposa, and Contra Costa. Members, as you know, this is one of our core functions to promote consistency and uniform statewide assessment practices. They have also fully implemented Prop 19 changes into the scope of their compliance audits. For the Property Tax Department County Assessed Property Division, they responded to over 14,000 property tax inquiries from stakeholders, issued 53 letters to assessors and 28 county assessors-only letters. The County Assessed Property Division issued 155 permanent advanced appraisal certificates, 103 permanent and advanced assessment analyst certificates. Additionally, in 2024, they provided training to 757 students in 19 different virtual courses and 6 in-person courses. 289 students in the class provided through American River College and Sacramento State University, and 709 students via the graduate self-study session. They issued 835 organizational clearance certificates and 327 supplemental clearance certificates for the welfare exemption. The County Assessed Property Division discovered and reported 615 change in control and 315 change in ownership to county assessors, resulting in a reassessment of the California real property held by such entities. The County Assessed Property Division released electronic form, the BOE 100B Statement of Change in Control of Legal Entities. Taxpayers can now complete, sign, and submit this form electronically. The division also released 6 more electronic forms that are filled with the BOE for the welfare exemption. As part of the co-op agreement with the Franchise Tax Board, the County Assessed Properties collaborated with FTB to streamline the questions pertaining to legal entities with California real property on all 5 income tax forms. And they also updated the Assessor's Handbook sections 531, residential building costs, 534, real building costs, and 588, equipment and fixtures. Next, the Communication Department is next. Several publications was updated, including the BOE's annual report, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate annual report, as well as new publication on the BOE's Strategic Organizations Transformation. Last year, we implemented a push to remind taxpayers affected by wildfires and winter storms, which have become more common in California, that they may be eligible for property tax relief reduction. This was in conjunction with the Taxpayer Rights Advocate's Office issuing the informational guide, Pub 802. The Communication Department, in partnership with the Taxpayer Rights Advocate's Office, also successfully communicated strategies to inform taxpayers and stakeholders about the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing by creating an outreach toolkit, utilizing electronic communication, and engaging partners in promoting the hearing. Similar to 2023, there was approximately 60 social media posts on our channels for 2024. Legislative research and stats accomplished the following. 2 board-sponsored bills were signed into law. First, SB 1527 extends the current 50,000 low-value exemptions ordinance, limited that a county board of supervisors may apply to any taxable possessory interest. The extension is for 5 years, until January 2030. Second, SB 1528 accomplished 3 primary changes for BOE. 1, it authorized electronic services of levies under the alcohol beverage tax program. 2, amends the RT section to align insurance tax program with other tax and fee programs. And 3, amends the RTC section to require electronic filing of supplemental reports, including schedules required from alcohol beverage license. Additionally, 3 board-supported bills were signed into law. AB 1868, expanding the availability of electronic signatures authored by Assemblyman Gibson. AB 2353, allow the deferred or cancellation of property tax payments for welfare exemption applicants authored by Assemblyman Ward. AB 2897, allow a wholly owned subsidiary of a community land trust to qualify as a COT if it is solely directed and managed by the COT, authored by Assemblymember Conley. They also calculate the private railroad car tax rate and the 4:1 ratio. Equal Employment Opportunity Office has successfully completed the biannual language survey. The BOE Disability Advisory Committee successfully held its 4th annual virtual event, which focused on mental health and illness and homelessness. The EEO office administered the annual training program plan, for which the purpose is to assist employees in their short and long-term professional development goals. The EEO office also administered the California Department of Human Resources Annual Statewide Employee Veterans and Disability Survey. The Taxpayer Rights Office completed approximately 380 taxpayer cases, providing responses and resolving taxpayer issues. Published the Taxpayer Bill of Rights annual report, held the annual Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, and in the area of taxpayer education, the TRA office published 2 information sheets to assist taxpayers. Additionally, the TRA office issued a new education resource for taxpayers about disaster relief. And finally, the legal department. The legal department has issued 6 legal opinions on novel and complex property tax issues facing the 58 counties, responding to over 212 legal inquiries by providing resources and analysis to assessment appeal boards, county assessors, and the public. Submitted 1 rulemaking package to the Office of Administrative Law, and had 26 litigation cases against the BOE closed or dismissed. That is my review of 2024. I must say, staff has done an excellent job.
Wonderful.
And I am available for any questions with respect to the accomplishments.
You did a great job going through that. You covered a lot of ground. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Members, any questions? Yeah, Vice Chair Lieber.
I just have a comment that
Member Vasquez.
it's really amazing the powerhouse that staff is here and how much gets done on behalf of our constituents in advancing legislation, helping individual taxpayers, accurately and fairly assessing properties, and so much more. So a huge thank you to staff for the work that you do every year. It's really amazing to get this kind of report at the end of a year and see how it all added up. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments? Okay, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also just want to echo Vice Chair Lieber's comments and just thank you, Executive Director Stowers. I want to thank all the division leaders and chiefs in the auditorium today, all the hard work you're doing. The numbers speak for itself, the stats speak for itself, and the controller and I both believe the board's hitting a good stride at the perfect time. I'm really looking forward to 2025. Thank you.
Great. Member Vasquez.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Stowers. And this is, I know we had been talking about this for a while, and this is great to see it now actually in writing. And I didn't realize how much you've been doing, right? As I'm looking at all this, right? Which is good, and I really appreciate it. And I know this 25 is going to be a tough one, as we're looking at more, especially as I was reading some of the things that we attempted to do on the legislative side. And this being a 2-year cycle, looking forward for your support, especially the staff, because there's going to be some real tough challenges, I think, moving forward on this rebuild. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Job well done, very thorough. I did have a question on the exemption ordinance for low value with SB 1527 that extended it extended the current $50,000 low-value exemption. What is included under possessory interest? What sort of items would that be?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. This is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, for the record. What we did there was we did just that. We extended the ordinance. We gave the counties the option in which they could actually not assess that type of possessory interest. Possessory interest is the private use of any government property for private benefit. So typically, a concessionaire in a government building may have a taxable PI, a taxable possessory interest. So if the value of that PI falls below 50,000, the assessor has the option. If they have that ordinance, they can go ahead and not actually make the assessment on that one and send a tax bill for it.
Would that apply to something like a hot dog stand that was on a trailer at a state fair? Or county fair?
It would also apply to that.
Yeah, okay.
So that is also a possessory interest if it's at a state fair. In general, so that, without getting into the weeds too much, there's a permanent exemption for that type of fairground type exemptions.
Okay.
This one is just a little broader. It covers all PIs.
Okay.
So it's just a little broader.
Okay, great. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Of course.
All right, and Member Vasquez.
Follow up to that. And I had this conversation with, actually my assessor, as we move forward on the rebuild, for example, as we're looking at some of these parking lots on the Pacific Coast Highway, there's some discussion of possibly turning in some of those into like trailer parks while people are doing the rebuild. That would fall under this category, or does that get exempt? How does that?
It would depend on these parking lots that they're planning on using for rebuilds and temporary housing and whatnot. If that's government-owned property,
Yes.
then there is a potential for a possessory interest. If you're able to put a structure there, temporary or whatnot, there could be a PI. So if that is the case, this extension may take care of it if the PI, if your possessory interest is worth less than $50,000. So that may help.
Okay.
Okay. Since I'm up here, if you allow me just to take this opportunity to clear just something up.
Sure.
There was a question asked about disaster relief under Revenue and Taxation Code 170, and whether you actually do need to file a claim for disaster relief. The answer is a little bit more nuanced. Right now, most of the counties that are affected have that provision in their county adopted ordinance that the assessor, under their own volition, can start disaster relief. That may not be the case for all counties. Not all counties have that provision in their ordinance that allows 170 relief. So out of abundance of caution, those folks that are hearing our meeting, please file. We're pretty sure the counties affected in the Southern California fires have that provisions, but some may not. Some of the northern counties may not have that provision. So if you do experience a disaster such as this, please file. If for no other reason, it gives the assessor some current information as to how to get in contact with the property owner. So not all counties may have that ability to start the disaster relief process without an application.
Okay, and are we providing that clarity on our website? Or that
It is
disaster relief?
Yeah, it is. It's a very nuanced thing. So
Collier County.
yeah. So 170 relief is predicated on each county adopting that provision in an ordinance. All 58 counties have it. They've all adopted it. The minimum time you have to file a claim is 12 months. In your county ordinance, you can actually state a longer term than 12 months. You can make it 24 months for your county. Some have and some have not, but you have at least 12 months.
Okay.
And most counties have the provision where they can actually start the process without an actual application from the property owner, but not all may. So just out of abundance of caution, please file. If nothing else, it protects you and it gives the assessor a way to get a hold of you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Dowers, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Young. I can always count on you. Okay, and my final note, I would like to request the board to adjourn today's meeting in honor of Ms. Keiko Ward, who passed away unexpectedly earlier this month. She was a tax technician too in the legal entity ownership program since 2021. Keiko made a meaningful impact on the agency through her eagerness to learn and grow and by providing outstanding customer service to California taxpayers. Her commitment to helping others, ensuring their concerns were addressed with care and professionalism, was a testimony to her character. Keiko has a unique ability to uplift those around her through her positive attitude and welcoming smile. She was not only our co-worker, but a great friend to many. She will be deeply missed by her colleagues, and we will never forget her contribution to BOE. That completes my remarks, and my executive team will follow.
Thank you. Wonderful. So the next item on the agenda is item 15, operational priorities report and quarterly budget report presented by Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll report on some of the agency's strategic efforts on BOE's workforce. We continue to actively fill our recruitments and fill our vacancies rather. And since our last meeting, we have filled 2 vacant positions. One is an employee new to the Board of Equalization, and the other is promotion of an internal candidate. Our management team has done an amazing job continuing to recruit and fill our vacant positions over the last year, as evidenced by the 48 completed hiring packages during the calendar year 2024. Of these 48 hiring packages, 20 were promotions, and the remaining 28 were filled by employees new to the BOE. We're very encouraged by the number of new employees we are able to recruit from other state departments, county offices, and experienced professionals in the appraisal field. This is a good indication that our recruitment strategies and activities are working. And also, members, as you know, succession planning is essential to our agency to ensure long-term stability and growth of our agency. We are actively working to prepare our current staff for leadership roles. We offer resources to them through our intranet to help build their career paths. And we are also continuing to focus on leadership training for our managers so that they have the tools that they need to successfully grow in their roles. And before I move on to the next item, do you have any questions on the agency's workforce and succession planning?
Any questions, members? Seeing none.
Okay, so the next item is our quarterly budget report. As you know, our budget appropriated amounts are from the general fund. Currently, about 86% is for our personnel services. That's our salaries and benefits, and the remaining 14% is for our operating expenses. Our fiscal year 24-25 budget appropriation has been permanently reduced through the requirements of the 2024 budget. This eliminated vacant positions, and it also reduced part of our operating expenses. The total reduction is about $1.2 million. Based on our most recent expenditure reports, we are projected to spend about 90% of our budget. However, I expect that number to increase as we fill the remaining vacancies. And lastly, as you know, earlier this month, the governor introduced a proposed budget for 25-26. As of right now, we have no further reductions to BOE's budget in either expenses or in our positions. We will continue to follow the budget discussions and let you know of the progress and any updates that come forth. And that concludes my report for the budget. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Renati. Any questions or comments? No? Thank you. All right, members, we'll now move forward on item 16, Chief Counsel Quarterly Report, presented by Mr. Moon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines, members of the board. I'm Richard Moon, Chief Counsel. And before you, you have a quarterly report for the fourth quarter of the legal department's activities. First and foremost, I want to thank all the legal staff, especially for their hard work during appeal season. As you probably recall, we were a bit short-staffed, and so everybody had to pull a little bit of extra weight. They did a phenomenal job getting us through and handling all of the appeals, as well as the appeals attorneys doing the appeals conferences, as well as writing up all of the summaries for the members, for all of you. Just a couple highlights out of the numbers that you see in front of you. We did a couple presentations, one before the California Tax Policy Conference, and then one before the County Councils Association. So that was an opportunity that we had to talk about the board and some of the work that we do. And then the other thing that I wanted to highlight for you was that we were able to hire a new attorney this past quarter who just began with us at the beginning of this year. So we're excited to have him. And we are also currently actively recruiting to fill 3 more positions. And so we have 3 positions because we had 2 internal promotions, and then a couple attorneys left us to go to other agencies. So we are actively trying to fill those. Currently, we're still a little bit understaffed, but we're doing the best with what we have. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, members? Yeah, Member
Just
Vasquez.
one real quick one. Thank you for the report, Mr. Moon, but, you know, according to the report, there were 0, is that right? Regulations completed in quarter 4, but there were, I guess, 8 new and pending in quarter 1.
Yes, so so the regulations category that you see there has to do with regulation packages, and as well as some other related activities to those packages. So there were none in the quarter that we had filed with the Office of Administrative Law, but we've got a bunch in the pipeline.
That are just basically in progress, I guess.
In progress, correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Member Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moon. A couple of months ago, I asked for some opinion or statement that assures me that I am a member of a constitutional officer of the state. Our executive director says, of course you are, and that's the way I feel, but I've had a letter from the Attorney General's office, which I have shared with the executive director, which questions whether we are a member. They may admit that the Board of Equalization itself is a member, but the individual members therein are not members. And because of the succession requirement, I feel we are members. I feel I'm number 12. If the other 11 people are out of state, I'm the acting chief executive of the executive branch. That's as way as I see it, and I was hoping that within 30 days of a member requesting something of you or through the executive director, we'd have something in writing so we could put the matter to rest. And I carry this around with me in my very crowded, limited space mind, and I'm hoping to resolve it one way or the other without going to the Attorney General's office. I would write them a letter, but they would say it takes us a year to give an opinion. I would think it'd take them just to 1 day. I mean, we're not asking him to give us a legal analysis of some major situation. We're just asking to confirm yes or no. Are we members of the Board of the Constitutional Officer Group? And I feel we are, but I have nothing to go on except Executive Director assuring me that I'm right.
So I apologize. Forgive me, but I don't recall that being an official request for us to do that kind of opinion. But what I can say informally, I know that the board members are constitutional officers. However, I suppose if there's a specific sort of instance or reason for which you're looking for confirmation for that might make it so. For example, you mentioned that the Board of Equalization members are in the line of succession in case something terrible were to happen to the governor and down the line. In the statute, the chairman of the Board of Equalization is in that line of succession, but the other board members are not mentioned specifically. So I'm not sure if that's specifically what you had in mind, but the position of the elected board of members is constitutional. They're in the Constitution, so in that sense, that you are constitutional officers, but it's only the chairman that's in that line of succession that's called out.
Oh. Okay, well, and so we are constitutional officers, except in the line of succession, only the chairman is the constitutional officer for that purposes, because a board as an entity is not a human being and cannot be the chief executive, but the board speaking through its chair can. I can see that. It would be nice if we just had a little note from you to the board confirming this, because when I'm told by the Attorney General's office they don't consider us line of succession, at least I have the executive director's opinion and your opinion, which makes me feel comfortable.
I will talk about that with our executive director after the meeting.
Sure, because I use the term that I am a constitutional officer with a lot of people, and I've never been challenged by anybody except when I asked the Attorney General's office for an opinion, they said, well, it can only come from the member in charge. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Shades of Designated Survivor, the TV series. I don't know if anybody's watched that. It got a little too wild. I stopped watching it. But,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, and thank you, Member Schaefer, for raising the questions. Appreciate that. And I think we can move on to item number 17, Communication Chief's Quarterly Report, presented by Mr. Kim.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I'm Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. Today, I'll provide a brief overview of some major highlights and accomplishments for the fourth quarter of 2024 and a year in review. First, I'll provide some updates on the BOE website. The Proposition 19 webpage had approximately 30,861 unique external page views in the last quarter. Since its launch on November 2020, there have been approximately 695,322 total page views. During this quarter, the Guidance Issue tab was updated to include the recent LTA regarding Proposition 19 base year value transfer, frequently asked questions and answers. The Translate page had approximately 2,877 unique external page views in the last quarter. Since its launch on June of 2020, there have been approximately 26,556 total page views. Finally, with the recent change in board leadership, certain board member websites were updated to reflect the new board chairman and vice chair effective January 1st, 2025. Members, next I'll provide a brief year-end review of BOE's social media activities. As the executive director mentioned earlier, the BOE continues to utilize social media to expand our communications and stakeholder relations. Last year, social media posts included upcoming board meetings, Proposition 19 updates, career opportunities, disaster relief, news releases, important deadlines, hearings, and interested parties meetings, and general information about the BOE. In 2024, there are approximately 60 social media posts on all of BOE's social media accounts. We use several new social media graphics, such as including new division chiefs and other informational graphics. And finally, members, I will now provide a brief recap of the new and updated publications that the department facilitated in 2024. The memo provided to you lists all of the publications, but I wanted to note that today we provided copies to you of Publication 9, the California State Board of Equalization Strategic Organizational Transformation 2017 to present. So members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Members, any questions? Yes, Member Vasquez.
Thank you for that report, and actually, thank you for the updates, especially on the website. I was noticing you were quick to put on, especially things on the disaster relief. And I'm wondering, moving forward, as things, are constantly going to be changing, is there a process, especially as I'm dealing with some of these folks in LA, to try to get out as quick as possible some of the real and hopefully crucial information that they need, as soon as possible, so they have the latest, information to obtain, or especially when we're looking at possible extensions and deadlines and everything else that's going to be coming up.
Yes, thank you for the question, Board Member Vasquez. As our Executive Director mentioned in her report, as soon as the wildfires began, she directed me to immediately issue the news release, which we've done. I know that there are certain proposals that are in the works right now, and of course, if there are any new developments or any points of information that we need to share with the public, we will do it in the form of, a subsequent news release, whether it's on social media, updating our website and whatnot. And I know that Ms. Stowers has mentioned you've been on the ground constantly, and I know that you've been sharing it with your constituents as well. Yeah,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Deputy Controller Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kim. I always appreciate your presentation. When I'm looking at here, goal number 2, under the strategic plan, BOE is modernizing our core tax administration functions and business processes by leveraging technology systems. Can you give me some examples of how that interrelates with the communications department?
Yes, thank you for the question, Deputy Controller. So as you are well aware of, since 2017, we've gone through a lot of growing pains, and so we've taken a lot of steps to utilize technology, whether it's to enhance the website, whether it's to reactivate our social media presence. As you're well aware of, board member offices did not have access to an intranet site, and our legacy intranet site was not updated as soon as the breakup happened. And recently, we launched MyBOE, our new intranet site for the agency and for board member offices for resources. So we're definitely using all the technological capabilities that are within our disposal to maximize communication, whether internally or externally. And so we're continuing to explore ways to leverage that.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
I think it's very important, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kim. Member Schaefer.
Yes, this introduction brochure, this is March of '23. Do we update that? There's no reason to update it because it's all current. And what quantity do we have of these? I have no problem getting 100 of them if I want them. If I'm going to go out and speak, I'd like to have something to give to people. Do we have a 10,000 inventory or 500 or, and how often do we update it? This is March 23. I guess you wouldn't have any need to update it unless there was a change in membership.
Sir, Board Member Schaefer, yes, that's correct. The last time we updated that publication was to reflect the new board as well as the new equalization district boundaries. As you know, that the boundaries changed after the census. So we periodically update publications based on whether or not they need to be updated. We're foreseeing updating that publication probably once the new board is seated in 2027. But if there are any issues with the current publication, feel free to reach out to me or Ms. Stowers, and we'll definitely take a look at them.
Right, there's no reason to mention who's chair because that changes. I prefer it be kept as standard as possible.
Oh, yes, and to answer your question about the inventory, we don't have, I have a few copies in my office, but generally what we do is whenever any board member or their office needs copies, they could contact Ms. Stowers, and then she'll direct me to order and request printing of those materials. So
Oh,
we
you do print them, like if I needed 100 of them, you'd have to print them?
we would have our service provider print them for us on our behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our next item, number 18, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office's report presented by Ms. Thompson. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm pleased to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. First, as far as statistics on the number of completed cases by our office last month, we completed 27. 11 were in Chairman Gaines's district, District 1. 10 were in Vice Chair Lieber's district, District 2. 2 were in Board Member Vasquez's district, District 3. And 4 in Board Member Schaefer's district, District 4. 9 were from the administrative category and 18 were from the valuation category. The memo that is attached to the public agenda provides additional details on all of the topics for each of those categories. However, the topic with the highest number of cases in the administrative category is 4 completed cases for special assessments and direct levies. And for the valuation category, the topic with the highest number of cases completed were 6 for change in ownership, followed closely by exclusions from reassessment with 5 completed cases. Of those 5 exclusion cases, 3 were for transfers between parents and children, and 2 pertain to base year value transfers for seniors. Since we have started the new year, I would just like to take a moment to thank all of my team, Margie, Amy, and Unique, for all their hard work during calendar year 2024 and providing excellent customer service to those taxpayers. My team does handle a wide variety of cases and situations with varying concerns, which allows them to research many areas and keep them current in all of their knowledge and experience. Their work on taxpayer cases is thorough and insightful. Generally, we track completed cases on fiscal year basis, and that data will be published in our TRA annual report that I will provide an update for next month. However, we continue to receive more and more cases and contacts from taxpayers. So with the completed case counts so far this year, this fiscal year, we are projected to exceed the number of completed cases from last fiscal year. Additionally, over the last 6 months, we have finished significantly more cases at this time last year, showing that my team is helping more people. This year, in calendar year 2024 alone, my team of 3 and myself have completed approximately 380 cases. That's compared to 329 cases in the fiscal year that we completed. So, in addition to helping taxpayers with problems that they have this year, we also published some useful educational resources for taxpayers. As Executive Director Stowers indicated in her remarks, the TRA office has issued some important publications this year to help taxpayers. So I would like to thank my team for all of their work toward taxpayer education. I think the information sheets are helpful, but the information guide on disaster relief that was recently published in August is particularly helpful, especially for those that are affected by the Southern Californias. This concludes my update. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Ms. Thompson. Members, any questions? Yeah, Member Vasquez.
Just a quick one. You mentioned that you've been real busy, and I was looking at this, I guess, in quarter 4, I guess it was, there were 18 valuation cases completed during that time. Is that a typical quarter, or is that something kind of unusual?
It kind of varies, but I would say the majority of our cases typically are in the valuation category. Certain times of the year, we do see more in the administrative category. Typically, that is in times maybe, June 30th is the default date for property taxes. If you didn't pay your first installment or second installment, then that defaults as of that following June 30th. And so that's when they go delinquent, start to accrue more penalties also. That unfortunately is a time that sometimes tax sales happen. So in those months or the following, we do have more cases, say in special assessments or delinquent taxes, those categories.
And I'm kind of anticipating there's going to probably be an increase, especially after this disaster. And I'm wondering, is there any way of tracking that?
Well, it depends. I mean, I think we'll see more in the categories as far as, base your value transfers possibly, but our agency, has good information posted on it. I think having this disaster publication will help also get the word out so they're aware of, of how relief is given and like how a base your value transfer, is made, the timeframes that they need to do it, the, what the confines that they need to stay under in order to avoid any excess market value being assessed as new construction and that. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Great, thank you. I just had a question in terms of the number of cases, because you mentioned fiscal year. Last year was 327. So the 380, is that another, are we comparing fiscal year to fiscal year on those numbers? 380 versus 327?
No, I went for the calendar year. So the
Calendar,
executive.
okay.
Yeah, so all of our reports are issued based on the fiscal year, but because we calculate them on a monthly basis, we, can run those numbers. So I just did that for the first time for this
Oh,
year.
thank you.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, so Ms. Stowers in her presentation also, remarked on the calendar year. So we provided calendar year statistics to her this year, so.
Yeah, that's helpful for
So,
just
yeah, no,
comparing. Yeah, you're busy.
Very busy, yeah.
All right, very good. Any other comments, questions? All right, thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thompson, appreciate it. Okay, we will, let's see now, move on to item 19, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Mr. Young.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Gaines, honorable members of the board, for the record, my name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. For you today, I actually have 4 reports. The first 2 will be by the Chief of the CAPD, Ms. Lauren Keach. She will update you on letters to assessors and our training and certification programs. After that, I will introduce Ms. Holly Cooper. She'll give you a quarterly update as to the assessment practices surveys. And then the last will be Mr. Jack McCool. He will update you as to what's going on in the State Assessed Properties Division. So if you're ready, I will have Ms. Keach start with the first 2.
Great, thank you.
Ready? Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable board members. I'm Lauren Keach, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs issued since the last board meeting, and a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. BOE staff issued a total of 53 LTAs for calendar year 2024. As of the date of the attached memo, 10 LTAs have been issued, and those LTAs are summarized as follows. An LTA on the Proposition 19 base year value transfer, frequently asked questions and answers. An LTA on taxable publicly owned lands. An LTA to announce the Contra Costa County Assessment Practices Survey. An LTA to announce corrections to the 2024-25 income levels for the welfare exemption. An LTA to announce the vessel valuation factors for lien date 2025. An LTA to issue the 2025 edition of Assessor's Handbook Section 531, Residential Building Costs. An LTA to issue the 2025 edition of Assessor's Handbook Section 534, Rural Building Costs. An LTA to issue the 2025 edition of Assessor's Handbook Section 581, Equipment and Fixtures Index, Percent Good and Valuation Factors. An LTA to announce the Taxpayers' Right Advocate's Office information sheets on the co-tenancy exclusion and reporting requirements when a real property owner dies. And lastly, an LTA to announce the 2025-26 California Consumer Price Index. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Ms. Keach. Members, any questions? No, I think we're good.
All right.
Great, thank you.
I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For the 2024-25 fiscal year, BOE staff has scheduled 31 classes and 2 workshops. In addition, 8 classes have been scheduled using instructors from county assessors' offices. Since the last board meeting, the BOE has taught 3 classes, and since the beginning of the fiscal year, the BOE has taught 19 classes. We continue to offer our existing online introductory training courses available through American River College and California State University of Sacramento, as well as online courses and self-study training sessions available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, members? Yes.
Just a quick one. I'm wondering if, on the demand, do you think the number is going to increase or decrease coming forward, especially on these appraisal classes?
Well, the numbers have increased, but it's more so looking at the type of classes that the numbers are looking for. So again, that's why that survey report is so important that we send out to the assessors' offices to see where their students are at, where their staff is at, and what types of classes that they need. So when we create our schedule for the fiscal year, we're really meeting that demand. So what we have seen is the increase in demand for more of the core classes, and we've had conversations with assessors at the conferences on ways that we can better meet the demand, get the students that may be on the wait list into the classes. So thankfully, with the virtual classes, we've been able to increase the course capacity quite substantially and increase our student count for those courses. So I would say it's been successful.
You mentioned that there's a wait list now?
We do have wait lists. It depends on the course. So it can vary, and it comes up to the, the time of the class, whether their plans change or not, and they continue to want to take that class. But we do monitor those and, try to ensure that those students can take that class sometime within the fiscal year.
Thank you.
So that's satisfying the needs of our assessors and others?
Yes, that's what we strive to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you think they're pretty satisfied with the services we provide?
I would say so, and since I came into this position and have been in more conversations and attending the conferences, we do have those discussions and we welcome feedback. So any feedback that they've given to me or to my staff, we take that back and really try to troubleshoot and come up with solutions so that, that they're satisfied.
That's great. Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Keach.
All right. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ms. Holly Cooper, who will update you on the assessment practices surveys quarterly
Great.
actions.
Hi, Ms. Cooper.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. Holly Cooper, Chief of the Assessment Practices Survey Division. Today I will be presenting an overview of the final survey reports published the fourth quarter of 2024. However, before I get started, I would like to provide a brief background on the programs administered by the Assessment Practices Survey Division. In terms of current auditing practices, what we refer to at the BOE as an assessment practice survey is actually an audit of the county assessors to determine whether property value assessments follow property tax law. The auditors and appraisers in my division perform qualitative compliance audits of assessors' procedures and practices, and perform quantitative audits through the use of defensible statistical sampling of representative assessments from property tax rolls. During the fourth quarter of 2024, the Assessment Practices Survey Division issued 2 audit reports via letters to assessors in Mariposa and Contra Costa County. Starting with Mariposa County, the BOE performed a supplemental audit survey, which is a review of the recommendations noted in the county's prior audit survey to determine whether the assessor implemented BOE's recommendations. We reviewed a total of 8 prior recommendations in the areas of administration, real property, and personal property and fixtures. 6 recommendations were properly implemented. However, we noted that 2 recommendations have not yet been implemented by the assessor. They are expand the written policies regarding incompatible activities and conflict of interest, and perform the minimum number of audits of professions, trades, and businesses pursuant to Section 469. Moving on to the next published audit report, which is the Contra Costa Assessment Practices Audit Survey. We conducted a complete audit, which includes both a survey of administrative, real and business property procedures and practices, and a statistical sampling for roll year 2022 and 23. In the area of administration, we made one multi-part recommendation related to the exemptions program as stated in the report. Grant the welfare exemption in accordance with Section 214A and properly apply late filing provisions for welfare exemption claims that are not filed timely. In the area of real property, we made one recommendation related to the change in ownership program. As stated in the report, reappraise all property exceeding the 1 million exclusion provided in Section 63.1. In the area of personal property and fixtures, we made one recommendation related to the audit program as stated in the report. Perform the minimum number of audits, professions, trades, and businesses pursuant to Section 469. In addition to these recommendations, the published audit report reflects the BOE audit sample findings. Contra Costa had an average assessment ratio of 99.78%, and the sum of absolute differences measuring disparity among assessments was 0.26%. These are both well within tolerance. In summary, for both audit reports, the BOE found no significant assessment problems as defined in Rule 371. Therefore, Mariposa and Contra Costa County assessors are eligible to receive reimbursement of costs associated with administering supplemental assessments. This concludes my quarterly report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Members, any questions?
All right,
Okay.
I do have one,
Yeah.
Ms. Cooper, if that's okay. And I appreciate you sharing who was under the audit survey last year. Can you share who's going to be up this year in rotation?
In the
Which counties?
rotation, yes. We're actually conducting the random selection. Let me grab my calendar. Would you like the 24, 25 counties that will be performing the field work this calendar year?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. So we're conducting for Alameda and Orange County, we'll be performing a audit and a sampling. Let's see, El Dorado, Nevada, and Sacramento County will be conducting a sampling. And then for Plumas, Sonoma, Stanislaus, and Tehama, we'll be conducting a survey only.
Oh, very nice. Thank you. That's a good list. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
I just had a general question in terms of these surveys. I mean, do we have any counties that are in trouble?
Since I've been with the Assessment Practice Survey Division, we haven't yet had a county not meet the requirements under 75.6.
They all seem to fit within the guidelines. Is it a margin of error? Is that the means in terms of the scoring? Because it seems like a lot of them are in the higher 90s.
Right, the average is around 99%. They have to at least meet 95%. The ideal ratio is 100. So we've found that most counties are in compliance. And if we do see any issues during sampling, we will follow up in a survey next cycle.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then this information goes to the Board of Supervisors and to the assessor?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And it's really their responsibility then to take action.
Correct.
We don't have authority, we just do the survey.
Right, we perform the survey, we write the recommendation, and then I believe the assessor is required to follow up within a year with the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
And then we have in the past followed up on those prior recommendations in a following survey to ensure compliance has been done And the audit period is usually about 5 years, so it'll be 5 years later, and we'll look back in time to see if those recommendations were implemented.
Is it tougher for rural counties? Are these surveys tougher for them just because they have fewer staff?
It can be. You know, I would say at times we do find more recommendations, but it really just depends.
Okay. So you can have big counties that may have issues too.
Correct, yeah.
There may be the opposite problem is they're so big. that
Right.
It's a harder.
Right, we do
harder
still
to
find
manage.
things, but I believe we typically write more recs in smaller counties.
Yeah, okay. Very good.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
If one more follow-up question to that. A few years ago, this board, Control Cone, was able to secure a 3-year, $30 million for assessor technology improvements. Have you been seeing some outcomes of that too, just in terms of assessors' offices modernizing their technology in their offices and
Right.
maybe needing more resources? I mean, I'll let
Yeah,
Mr.
you
Young
wanna
answer
go
that too.
ahead? I was going to say, we
So the
often
grant-
see
the grant
conversion
money?
of
Yes.
databases,
Yeah,
but yeah,
good
I'll let
question.
Dave.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Controller Amaron. Yeah, the assessors have, I believe, already gotten the $30 million, and they are in the process of updating some of their computer systems. Right now, what they're really working on is electronic signature portions of it. And the secondary on that is basically digitizing their welfare exemption process too. So they are making progress, but it is a very long-term and an involved update. They're doing it in the form of a JPA. So the Assessors Association, their IT group formed a JPA in which to do this, so they can make this type of systems upgrade and make it available to all the counties who wish to use their updated systems. So.
And this money was evenly dispersed across the 58 counties. Were people applying?
My understanding is it's 10 million for 3 years. I believe this last year is they got in the last 10 million.
Correct.
It's going to the JPA. They're doing it as a joint entity.
Okay, got it.
And so instead of going to individual counties and prorating it, they're just having one entity basically do the development.
Yeah, okay, understood. That'll be nice to hear from them too when it's all said and done. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic.
Wonderful.
Thank
And
you.
you think that money's being well spent? I mean, I don't know to what degree we monitor it. I don't even know if that's in our authority or
Well,
not.
we've actually been working jointly with them.
Okay.
So there are some of the issues that we're working on right now is part of the legislation that passed that added Revenue and Taxation Code 168.1. The board actually has a role in approving their way of authenticating electronic signature. So we have actually been working with them on that. And my humble opinion is that anything that brings standardization and modernization and digitizing property tax administration in California, I think is a worthy endeavor. So.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course.
Mr. Young, appreciate that.
Okay.
And Ms. Cooper, thank you. And I think we now have Jack McCool coming forward.
Yes, last but not least.
Yes, okay. This is next sub-item, state assessed property, presented by Jack McCool.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines and all members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. Now that the 2024 appeal season has concluded, SAPD is now concentrating our preparations for the 2025 appraisal season. Staff are currently working on the annual replacement cost new factors and the percent good factors, which are used in our cost approach appraisals. We publish these factors each year based on data collected and analyzed by our staff. We will continue to publish these factors on the agency's open data portal. Staff are also working diligently on compiling data for this year's annual capitalization rate study. Appraisers with knowledge and expertise in each of our industry groups are working together to obtain the market data used in the study. The data is analyzed by our unitary appraisers, and input from state assessees is also considered. We are still working in the data gathering portion of the process, but staff will be working on the study for the next several weeks. We hope to have it completed in early to mid-March. Finally, the date to file the annual state assessed property statement is March 1st, and staff are already receiving extension requests from state assessees. Requests for an extension to file the annual property statement must be received prior to March 1st. That concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate it. I don't know if Mr. Young wants to make any final comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, we are agreeing on taking a 10-minute break, so if we could reconvene at 2:33, that would be great. let us proceed. See, our next item should be item 20, Special Taxes Quarterly Report presented by Ms. Williams. Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members of the board. My name is Laura Williams. I'm the BOE's technical advisor for our special tax programs, which are the insurance and the alcoholic beverage tax programs. Today, I'd like to start by noting that due to the BOE's foresight after the COVID pandemic, we were able to have some legislation passed, which allowed us to extend due dates for natural disasters as soon as the governor proclaims a state of emergency instead of having to wait for an executive order to extend the due dates. This allowed us, in conjunction with CDTFA, to work quickly and seamlessly to automatically extend the due date for our alcoholic beverage tax programs, which many had for those in the areas impacted by the Southern California wildfires. Many of our ABT programs, account holders have returns due that would have been due, they would have been due January 31st, and we were able to push that out 90 days automatically, and we will review as it gets closer. For the tax on insurers, those have a due date of April 1st, so we have a time period to review and see if any of those account holders are impacted by the fires and potentially extend at that time. So with that said, I'll be going on to my regular report. I'll start with the tax on insurers.
Can I interrupt this for a moment in terms of the 90-day extension? Can that be extended more than once?
We can do an additional extension. For the alcoholic beverage tax, we do have a very small group of taxpayers that are based in those areas that were impacted. And so those were, back when I started, you had to actually file for an extension of time, and now it's automatic. And then, if it seems like it's an ongoing issue, or additional areas are proclaimed in the state of emergency, additional extensions can happen.
All right, great, please proceed.
So with the tax on insurers program, the number of accounts that we have in the program has been relatively static since my November report at 2,742. According to the December 2024 Department of Finance Bulletin, the revenues for this program for fiscal year 24-25 are at $1.87 billion, which is approximately $138 million, or 8% above the forecasted amount. As far as compliance, this program remains very highly compliant. The alcoholic beverage tax program, there are 10,688 accounts, which is very slightly fewer than in my November report. This is typical, as many of the alcoholic beverage tax accounts file annually. And so with that January 31st due date, so many who may have closed earlier in the year forget to close out their account with us until they get the reminder in December. They get an email reminder to e-file, and they're like, oh yeah, I need to file my return and say that I'm closed. So it is common to see kind of a drop-off. And then according to the December 2024 Department of Finance Bulletin, the revenues for this program are at just at $182 million, which is exactly the forecasted amount. The opt-in, opt-out rate for the wine grower and the beer manufacturer returns have remained consistent since my last report at approximately 65% and 55% respectively. This program also remains highly compliant. So with that concludes the report for this time, unless you have any questions.
Okay, any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Okay, our next item is item 21, Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report. Mr. Angelo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaines and honorable members. I'm Ted Angelo, the Legislative Director and Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Today, I'll provide a brief report on the early legislative introductions that we're following that could impact the BOE's tax programs or its administration. The deadline to submit language to the Legislative Council is tomorrow. So this is the deadline of the normal first flurry where you have to get things drafted up and get them into Legislative Council, which drafts them up so they can be introduced into bills. Those bills must be introduced by February 21st. And then the typical process for that is the bill has to be in print 30 days before it can be heard in the policy committees. And this is all in a normal legislative session. We also have the special session going on, which Ms. Stowers already talked about. The legislative policy committees would then hear the majority of these new introduced bills after February 21st in mid-March, some earlier than others if there's early introductions. Prior to their first spring recess, which is in April 10th to April 20th. So understandably, the governor and the legislature have focused the first few weeks of this 25-26 session on legislation and technical issues for disaster relief that we've heard about throughout today's meeting, primarily for the fire victims in Southern California. Other bills recently introduced include bills regarding veterans exemptions and also on accessory dwelling units, which we've dealt with over the past couple of years. I'll have more on those for you as they're introduced and amendments are put in and during my summaries that I send out on a weekly basis to all of you. Also, in case Ms. Stowers didn't already touch on it, the legislature in special session today passed two supplemental budget proposals for, I think it was $2.5 billion. I know you mentioned it, but they did pass the bills, and I think the governor was having a press event at like 3 or 3:30 to go over what they're doing in, augmenting last year's, because we're talking about a fiscal year budget rather than the new budget. So that took place earlier today while we were meeting.
Question if I could on that?
Sure.
So augmentation meaning additional revenue?
It's augmenting funds, $2.5 billion, and I don't have all the details on it, but it was augmenting because we're talking fiscal year 24-25 budget.
Yes.
They have to go back in. Go
Excuse me,
ahead.
Ted,
No,
I'm sorry.
please.
Yvette Stowers, is part of the special legislation to provide additional funding for the wildfire victims.
Yes, okay.
So it's 2.5, 4 million and 1.2 million. The 2.5 is directly to cleanup.
Okay. And we don't, is that a pass-through of federal dollars coming down? Or do we even know?
Those are state dollars.
Those are state dollars. Okay. Very well. Great.
And it was agreed upon by everyone.
They're acting quickly. All right, thank you.
So regarding BOE-sponsored proposals, as approved by the board in December, the BOE-sponsored language to consolidate the assessment appeals deadline to November 30th for all counties was submitted by myself to the Revenue Tax Committee to go to council. So it hasn't been introduced yet, but that will most likely go into a committee bill and hopefully be non-controversial. The second proposal approved by the board to amend Business and Profession Code Section 23671 to require electronic filing of beer vendor reports, consistent with the requirements in the Revenue Tax Code that we handled in the prior session. That was cleaning up a technical flaw, will likely go in an omnibus bill for the Revenue Tax Committee bill that deals with CDTFA matters. They usually have them separate like that. So that was the second measure of the two that were approved by you in December. It's still early in the legislative process, and new bills are being introduced on a daily basis. My team is already helping prepare comprehensive analyses for all the active bills. These analyses are posted on our website and on the Legislative Research and Statistics Division page. I'll also continue to provide your offices with weekly legislative reports, like I've done in the past, of all the bills the agency is tracking. And those are pretty much bills, as we've broken down before, that either the board is supporting, like you've talked about earlier today, those that you want to consider and may consider as the session moves forward, the bills that impact the agency, and bills that we're watching that may have an impact on us or are very close to what our jurisdiction is. Or from a public policy perspective, we just want you to know about. We put on that list and we send them out on a weekly basis. So with that, members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Members, any questions? Yes, Member Vasquez.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Angelo. Did I hear you correctly that you're going to be following those, especially that we're talking about, as we were earlier mentioning the affordable housing front, obviously these disasters, that's going to happen. We're going to get I think a lot of folks weighing in on this one, both on the Assembly and the Senate.
Right.
So you'll be able to track those and keep us up to date on what's happening with
Yeah,
those?
I would say the what's kind of an anomaly is the disaster relief has taken, everybody's attention.
Yeah.
And so right now, this is kind of like the rumor, who's going to put what into council. For those that are inside, political nerds like myself, they know, who's submitting what into council and what's going to be the big issue going on this year, on whatever subject it is. That's kind of been taken away because of the disaster we're dealing with down south. So there's not as many bills introduced early on, and they did the special session to deal with, funding for this issue from a budget perspective. But legislation that will impact BOE or disaster relief that you may want to support, we'll be watching. And whether or not it impacts the agency, it'll be fully analyzed, and I'll be sending those to you.
No, that'd be great. I appreciate it, because that was going to be one of my questions, is that I didn't know how far we can push this through you, through your department, and through your resources with the executive director. So I know what maybe we can do on our end. And at some point, I guess we should have a conversation and figure out what our role should be, I'm thinking, as members.
Yeah.
And then,
Yep.
so we don't step on each other's toes, basically, right?
Correct, sir. As the legislation is placed into print, especially the disaster relief legislation that I kind of highlighted, clearly those statutes are revenue taxation statutes dealing with property tax statutes that we do oversight on. So Mr. Angelo will be doing a bill analysis on on those statutes. But I will remind you, Government Code 15600 says that the board members do not interfere with or influence our bill analysis. It's completely independent. But as far as the board members wanting to support the legislation, and it appears that most likely you do, I will send it to you once it's out, and you will be able to make a decision on who wants to present it on the board agenda for board support.
No, that'd be great, because now one of our big supporters too, Senator Mike Gibson, is chair of Rev and Tax, so that'll be helpful too.
Correct.
As we look at this stuff.
Okay. Just want to keep it separate. I
No.
can do a lot more than what he can do.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, I think Deputy Controller Emron has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Gaines and Mr. Angelo. I mean, outside of the affordable housing space, is there anything else you foreshadowed the legislators, especially the new ones, tackling this year that the board should be aware of in terms of maybe climate and?
Nothing that I've heard of. Nothing that I've heard of directly, other than veterans issues that I kind of mentioned. I know they're going to work on some things like that, but those have been attempted in the past, and there's always been revenue-based issues that have held them up either in the probes or whatnot, despite what people want to do in that area, but that's the only other area.
Got it, thank you.
Oh, the other one, and maybe Chair Gaines, you might be on this one too, is the whole property insurance piece moving forward. Have you heard any rumblings on that front?
This is outside of my duties, but what I do know is based on, the hearings that we had and what I've tracked just watching that front, the FAIR Plan, is overwhelmed.
I can imagine.
And now it's going to be even more so. So I would imagine there's going to be something in discussions in that realm, because when it comes down to it, when you live in a fire-prone zone and insurers that are outside of the FAIR Plan, the standard insurers don't want to write and take the risk there, but people are under pressure and timeframes to rebuild. And again, the legislature is going to be very sensitive to that, and that's why we were talking about how long it takes. Paradise, is a good example of that. It takes time, but when you have to carry insurance to rebuild, and the affordability and availability of it, as Mr. Gaines' hearing, touched on, it's a touchy issue. So I would imagine there's going to be something going on with that.
And we'll be tracking that. I know you
We'll
said.
be watching it,
All right.
and
Appreciate it.
yep.
I'm hearing some level of optimism on the insurance market, and we'll just have to see, because I think Insurance Commissioner Lara has been working hard on trying to figure out what the right fixes are to get the market opened up again. And I had heard that there was, that companies are looking to open back up and actually write more business. And they think they can make it work with this formula that the insurance commissioner is working on. So I'm hopeful that we're going to see some relief here, but we got to keep an eye on it.
He spent this last weekend with us, and he stayed until, they were supposed to be by appointment only, and he stayed until like 8 in the evening with folks that were just walking in, walk-ins.
Yeah.
And he had good participation from all the major insurers.
Right.
I was surprised.
Yes, yeah.
They all came out.
I think they're embracing
Yeah.
his proposal, so I'm hoping that'll be the case, and we'll see some relief. But the folks in LA are going to be going through a lot of hell for years. I mean, I hate to say that. We'd like to do it. We want to do everything we can to speed it up, but it's just a long process.
Yes.
So, all right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Angelo, appreciate that. And this is now an opportunity for public comment of the executive director's reports. We do not have any written comments or anyone in the auditorium who wishes to make any public comment on the executive director reports. Therefore, let's go to AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if anyone is on the telephone that would like to make a public comment regarding these items on the agenda.
Yes, and again, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. There are no lines in queue.
All right, thank you, moderator. Next item is closed session, and we have item 22, pending litigation, Southern California Edison versus California State Board of Equalization. And just for clarification, should I recite the entire? Okay. Okay, great, thank you. And then public comment for closed session. I don't believe, we wouldn't have any written comments, right? Or anybody here to comment in reference to that just yet. So the board's going to go into recess for closed session.
Excuse me, we need to go out to
okay.
the moderator for the public comment on the closed session to align with the Bagley-Keene rules.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding these items on the agenda.
And if there is anyone online who would like to make a public comment at this time, please press 1 followed by 0. There are no lines in queue.
Thank you, moderator. The board will now go into recess for closed session. Okay, the board has returned from closed session, and we will now reconvene the board meeting. And I'd like to refer to Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. The board members met in closed session, discussed litigation matters, and there was no action taken.
Great, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Last item for today is a closing remark and adjournment as requested by Ms. Stowers. We will now adjourn the meeting in honor of Keiko Ward on behalf of the board, and we send our sincere condolences and prayers to her family and to the loved ones. And as you probably know, she was a tax technician number 2 in the legal entity ownership program since 2021, and had a meaningful impact on the agency through her eagerness to learn and grow by providing outstanding customer service to California taxpayers. Her commitment to helping others and ensuring their concerns were addressed with care and professionalism, and it was a testament to her character. Keiko had a unique ability to uplift those around her through her positive attitude and welcoming smile. She was not only our co-worker, but a great friend to many. And she will be deeply missed by her colleagues and certainly her family. She leaves 4 adult children, and so our thoughts and prayers are with the family in a very tough moment. So we will now adjourn in memory of Keiko Ward. And I don't know if other members would want to make any comments or not. Okay. Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman Gaines. I did want to make one in memoriam as well. On Sunday night in downtown San Francisco, there's a 27-year-old Mikhail Romanenko who was walking his dog and got hit by a car that was going 100 miles an hour down one of the most densest streets, one of the most densest neighborhoods in San Francisco, and unfortunately lost his life. There were 7 others that were also injured. And I want to send out a prayer to him and his family, and to the 7 others injured. I wish you all a speedy recovery. And I don't have the answer, and I talk about traffic fatalities quite often on this board, whether it be speed bumps or speed cameras or whatever it is. I think we need to make a safe place for people to be able to go outside and walk their pets or drop off their children to school or just get a breath of fresh air. But the status quo is certainly not working. And on that Sunday night, a young man, a San Francisco resident, lost his life in a very preventable accident, 100 miles an hour down an urban street. I think is unacceptable. And I know the police is going to be investigating this fully. So my prayers to everyone involved, and I hope we can see better days. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and our thoughts and prayers go to the family. Members, yes.
Just one more I forgot to mention earlier when we started the meeting, is to also include with this adjournment the 27 lives that so far we've lost here in this wildfire disaster in LA.
Absolutely.
We can include that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. Okay. We will adjourn at 3:16 p.m. Our next board meeting will be Wednesday, February 19th, 2025 at 10 a.m. at the May Lee State Office Complex in Sacramento. Thank you so much.